the carbon plan for Duke Energy. So just a couple of announcements on scheduling for this week. It certainly has been interesting so far, and it will continue to be. We will be going till 5 o'clock today, till 5:30 on Wednesday, till 5 on Thursday, and we'll be ending early on Friday. Interestingly enough, the constraining factor is court reporting. We've got people that are busy producing transcripts, so we have a limited number of people that can actually sit in that chair. And as Friday is Juneteenth, we have a lot of people that will be celebrating the holiday. So we've got one reporter that's willing to go from 9:30 to 1:30, and at that point, we're out of court reporters. So I know that you hate the fact that I will force you to get out of here early on Friday, but we'll do that. And then we'll continue next week. So at this point, it is time for Duke's Cross. Mr. Girak.
Thank you, Chair Brawley. Gentlemen, how are y'all?
Good.
Morning. So for purposes of our discussion, want to just sort of set a little context for some of the background of regulatory processes and the history that's led us to this moment. So if we turn the clock back a bit to the last CPIRP cycle, would you all agree that large load economic development was a prominent feature and factor that was considered at that time?
It became a large feature kind of midstream of that proceeding and with the SPA filing.
Yeah, and can you say a little more about how it came front and center through the SPA filing?
Well, and Mr. Mess, correct me if my procedural timeline is incorrect here, but I believe the 2023 CPIRP was filed, and then in, I believe, January of 2024, the SPA update, I mean, Duke came in, said, hey, hand up, we've had a ton of large load interest, this boom is just starting. We've had customers showing up like they've never shown up before. We have to go pencils down and refile the load update. That kind of threw a monkey wrench into that proceeding, extended it a little bit. And then the 2023 CPIRP was filed with the SPA update. This one came in, I believe the kind of large load update kind of came in after the intervener testimony was filed. I believe Duke filed an update on April 15th of this year, and then May 14th rebuttal testimony was filed, and there were two jumps in load with the April 15th, and then beyond that into the May rebuttal update.
And so just to be clear, you just jumped forward in time to this proceeding. We were speaking about the last proceeding. And that's fine. You're fine.
A little overzealous. Sorry about that.
Totally fine. Just wanted to be clear on the record. So in the last CPIRP cycle, there were developments. And would you agree that those developments were so significant that they actually pushed in the near term, pushed the forecast outside of what at that time was the high load sensitivity? And that was what drove the need for the SPA filing.
I don't recall.
In part.
Subject to check, but I believe that was the case.
Okay. And so we proceeded through the 23-24 CPIRP cycle. The commission ultimately issued its order in November of 24. I assume you're familiar generally with the terms of that order. And you recall just generally what the commission's order, this is not a gotcha question, just generally what the commission's order found with respect to large load and what it ordered with respect to large load economic development in the state.
You'd probably have to remind me of the specifics, but I believe.
Subject to check, you'd agree the commission acknowledged that the dynamic of large load economic development growth was a major factor in the resource planning process, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that the commission then ordered specific reporting on large load economic development going forward on a semi-annual basis.
Yes.
Okay. And thereafter, then the commission opened a large load docket to specifically as another avenue, another venue in which to assess these issues, consider how best to integrate these large load economic development in the system, and keep its finger on the pulse of this growth, correct?
Yes.
And again, we mentioned the commission's 2024 order and the fact that it directed semi-annual reporting on large load economic development. The first of those reports were filed in May of 25, correct?
Yes.
Let's call it spring of 25.
Yes.
Correct. And again, do you recall sort of the approximate size of the economic development pipeline at that time?
I need to refer back to that table I kept referencing.
That's fine.
Stillman Tate and Pat's
Yeah.
testimony, but it was larger than the 2023 SPA.
Okay. So subject to check, would you agree it was around 6,000 megawatts in the economic development advanced pipeline?
That sounds correct to me.
Okay. And at that time, the pipeline was what it was, but a very small percentage of those projects were progressed through to ESA.
Yes, I believe when I was discussing it with Mr. Neal yesterday, I think it was 500 megawatts were ESAs and most of them were letter agreements. That's that state of the game.
That's an impressive memory. The next large load report was filed in the fall of 25, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, the pipeline stayed roughly the same, correct? As best as you can recall.
Subject to check, I think it shrunk a little.
It actually decreased a little bit, yeah. But there was obviously substantial progression of projects through the process from letter agreement to ESA at that time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And subject to check at that time, at the time of the fall 25 report, there now were 2,500 megawatts approximately of projects with signed ESAs.
But sounds correct to me.
Okay. So would you agree there was a pretty significant progression from spring 25 to fall 25 of projects moving through the process towards signing agreements to receive power?
Yes.
And that's kind of to be expected, right? That projects in the pipeline want to move through the process and move towards assigned ESAs, correct?
Yes, and I mean, I believe once they're at the letter agreement stage, they've met certain milestones, certain criteria, and they're kind of proceeding through the project in that fashion.
Okay. And so given that, we saw that the commission when we were all aware of this growth coming, given that the pipeline was large, and given that we saw a really significant amount of progression as we would expect from letter agreement through to ESA over the course of 2025, as you think about what was likely to occur going from the fall of 25 to the spring of 25, when the next large load report was going to be filed, were you similarly expecting that projects would continue just like they did from the spring 25 to the fall 25, that from fall 25 to spring 26, there would be continued progression of projects through the pipeline?
I'd say it'd be, Mr. Mitchell, jump in. I'd say it'd be reasonable there would be continued progression, but I think the challenges that we've outlaid through our testimony is the magnitude of changes and the planning element is not staying on pace. Mr. Mitchell?
Yep, you said it great.
Okay. But again, to be clear, economic development, all the activity happening all around the state, the counties that are working with economic development projects and courting those projects and determining how they best fit in their local community goals, that doesn't stop during the IRP proceeding, does it?
It does not stop.
Okay. So again, if we step back, there was a general awareness, I think, obviously from the commission, from all of us, that there was going to be progression of economic development. And so as we roll the tape forward, it's not the fact that that's happened, it's the magnitude of it in this proceeding that has caught your attention and raised some of the concerns you've expressed, correct?
Yes, I mean, I believe we did try to address some of that by utilizing the advancing development load forecast in our own modeling. Was that I believe that captured a good deal of that pipeline kind of as it was growing, and that was Duke's intention to kind of capture where things were going, and the shape of things to come.
Okay. So then let's turn to this proceeding. And I think it helps here to make sure everyone's clear on the terminology, because I don't know that Duke Energy did the best job with its terminology at times, but we'll always try to improve that where we can. But let's get clear on terminology going into this CPIRP cycle that we're in currently. So the company's base forecast in the October filing that's for this commission now was the advancing development load forecast, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in that October filing, and we talked about this earlier in the context of the last CPIRP cycle and the fact that there was also a base forecast and there was a high forecast in the last case. And the problem in that case was we got outside of the bounds of the high forecast. Okay. Did the companies also include a high load forecast in this proceeding?
Yes.
Okay. And generally speaking, what did you understand to be the purpose of the high load forecast sensitivity?
General to be kind of the upward bound of the proceeding. You kind of get the two boundaries, and there were a couple, I believe there was a moderate case as well that was reflective of kind of actually signed ESAs, whereas the advancing development kind of had some projected growth in it. So the high and low were kind of just like the upward bounds of where things could go over the course of, updating the econometrics and kind of other factors like EVs, DSM integration, stuff like that.
But
Okay.
the part of our review when looking at the high load, and again, I looked at my colleague here to expand more detail. We don't believe it was not thoroughly evaluated or tested in regards to sensitivities. We found discrete reliability impacts as dipping below the planning reserve margin, and as well as what were the additional factors, Mr. Michino?
One of the key points we noted in the high load sensitivity that was provided in the initial filing was that the Encompass model showed a series of load loss events in 2030. I think it was 6 events for 24 hours, totaling, I think, 21 gigawatt hours. I don't have the specific daily data, but they were in July of 2030.
Was there anything within Servum?
Yes, also, I mean, it was not provided with the initial filing. It was provided in response to discovery and rebuttal, but the Servum analysis showed a loss of load expectations result of 0.3 compared to Duke's target of, I believe, 0.165.
Okay.
And without corrective action, I think they identified some in that discovery response that could be taken.
Okay. So recognizing that at the time of the filing, no party would, when you say it wasn't fully evaluated, the company included the high load sensitivity as one of the portfolios to assess the overall planning objectives and conclusions that the companies were recommending in this case, correct?
That is correct. The company submitted, I believe, 30-something sensitivities and 3, I think they called them technology evaluations. And the high load sensitivity was only utilized in 2 of them, the high load case and then the high load case with how a large load curtailment program could function.
Okay. And again, I think you summarized well the purpose of the high load sensitivity. To quote the company from chapter 3, page 21, to quote the CPIRP, the purpose of the high load portfolio was to provide valuable insights into actions that are needed under a further accelerated load growth scenario. Does that sound generally correct?
Yes.
Okay. So companies filed a plan. It had as its base portfolio an advancing development. It provided a high load sensitivity, provide further information along with a range of other sensitivities to guide this exact set of NTAP resources that the company's recommended. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I think you've probably heard this phrase a number of times in the company's filings, the reference to a risk adjusted or a risk informed NTAP. You recall the company's testimony and statements to that effect?
I believe so.
And what do you understand that to have meant?
Well, I think we talked through it quite a bit yesterday with kind of how the least regrets planning has functioned in the last couple IRPs, where you kind of develop these kind of array of options and you get the heat map and you figure out, okay, just if things change, this is the least regrets path forward or risk informed path forward of, this can survive up, if fuel prices jump up, we'd still build the gas plant. If these CapEx prices decrease, we'd still take these actions. So it kind of allows you the best course of a defendable best course of action at this juncture that we sit at.
Okay.
And when evaluating those considerations, at least in my observation of the high load, I did not consider high load to be a reasonable outcome that we should be moving towards based upon the amount of assumptions. One, it was not robustly analyzed, and 2, even the assumptions that were in there to allow the model to resolve.
Sorry, so your position is you all didn't think the high, and I don't want to misstate what you just said, the high load sensitivity in that scenario wasn't valuable to consider for purposes of planning?
Given the one, it was not robustly analyzed. 2, I believe we filed this in our Smith CPC and testimony, the dipping below the planning reserve margin, I forget in discrete years. the other effects that Mr. Michna discussed, that to talk about a risk-informed process, given the magnitude of issues that we have continued to find within that high load, I don't believe that the high load forecast in itself would contribute to a risk-informed consideration on the minimum assets that need to be built, given the magnitude of issues that were found within.
And just one more point to add on that from the modeling standpoint. So in the high load case, we talked at length yesterday about the battery and solar variable changes that occurred in the high load and then the rebuttal load update. But in the high load, there was another variable that was introduced, which delayed the 22% reserve margin until 2032. So there are other things going on in the high load case. And in addition, I mentioned the evaluations earlier. So when Duke provided the portfolios, those are kind of I think I described them as kind of binary on-off switches. Like you change one variable, you see what shakes out. You change another one, you see what shakes out. Maybe you change 2 or 3. There are also 3 evaluations provided, which kind of I talked a bit in my testimony. There were nuclear technology evaluation, the LNG screening for fuel security analysis, and then the coal retirement analysis. And all of those use the advancing development forecast. And I believe the coal retirement analysis used the moderate development one as well. So in terms of kind of what was considered by the company, we were looking at the high load more as a ceiling versus, kind of the evaluations and sensitivities provided, which underpin the advancing development.
Okay. Is that just a different way of saying the high load sensitivity provides information? It's not vetted as thoroughly as every other portfolio because it's as much as the base portfolio is, but it is there for informational purposes. And there's ways in which it could stand to be scrutinized from various angles, but it provided valuable information to assess where we were headed directionally.
I just want to note, it sounds like counsel is testifying. I think that, you asked them the question and they answered.
Okay. I don't feel like I was testifying, but we were trying to get to just common understanding of what the high load sensitivity and what it wasn't.
I think your statement is correct. I mean, all sensitivities provide a valuable insight and kind of observing how the system contorts or shifts depending on different inputs and outputs. So the high load sensitivity is no different in that it shows kind of how the system reacts under that increased load forecast.
Okay. And we talked about the risk-informed NTAP that the company's recommended. Would you agree that the company's testimony is that one of the risks that they were adjusting for in their recommended NTAP was the potential that load growth accelerated beyond that reflected in the advancing development forecast?
I believe that was explicitly stated by Duke witness Mike Quinto in his initial NTAP testimony.
Okay. And again, with all of this change in this and the developments that have happened across this proceeding, is it your understanding that the companies who risk adjusted their NTAP for it to include for the risk that load forecast accelerated now continues to stand behind their recommended NTAP as the reasonable set of near-term actions in this proceeding, despite the things that have changed, the developments that have occurred over the course of this proceeding?
I think my understanding is that, again, can't speak for the Duke witnesses. It was just my understanding is that the resources identified in NTAP are the minimum, or I believe it was the phrase potential foundation. So my takeaway is that a plan for all resources within the near term has not been presented, given the analysis of the new advancing development load with the update or supplemental or rebuttal has not been thoroughly vetted.
So has the company changed its recommended NTAP, Mr. Metz?
No, and that's part of the alarming issue, at least in my view, given the magnitude of load that has been assigned. And as we talked about before, and we'll discuss more in a subsequent panel about the fuel supply assumptions for some of the generation assets, and also goes to one of the reasons for the recommendation, is that by assigning this much additional load, there are other items that need to be discussed and other items that need to be more thoroughly vetted to ensure that we're looking at a long-term, least cost, reliable system.
Okay, so let's talk very briefly then about the updated load forecast that the companies discussed in their rebuttal testimony. So again, we talked about the advancing development forecast. We had the high load sensitivity. Those are both filed in October. And then in rebuttal testimony, there was a updated advancing development, or sometimes referred to as the updated 2026 advancing development forecast, correct?
Yes.
And I think y'all had this in front of you earlier. Stillman figure 2 has that that chart.
Yes.
And to be clear, the updated 26 advancing development forecast is actually in the first year below the advancing development forecast, correct?
Subject to check, but yes, I believe it kind of dips down and then pops up.
Dips down, and then it's still below the high load forecast through 2031, correct?
Yes.
And then exceeds in 2032.
But when you're looking at an overall modeling perspective, you can't take that in isolation. While that probably has the immediate relief of ensuring the reserve margin, when you have to factor in also the energy sales, the economic selection, different resources may be re-optimized and have a different outcome. But given that the actions that the utility is already taking, that we're somewhat constrained with the limitations that are in fact, versus that we need to continue to reevaluate the horizon to see if we need to do something different that would result in lower costs for ratepayers.
And acknowledging that I believe the Buck CTs were addressed in the last CPIRP order, the kind of main gas assets that are being proposed in this IRP will enter service in 2032 and 2033. So that's, I believe, serving those years where it jumps above the high load forecast now.
Okay. And sort of coming back to the company's risk-adjusted NTAP, in your pre-filed direct testimony, public staff noted strong directional alignment with the company's NTAP, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, agreed that all of the company's proposed natural gas generation was going to be needed, but was just needed on a slightly delayed timeline relative to the company's recommendation, correct?
Except the Smith CT, yes.
Except Smith CT, thank you. And what has transpired this week is that the public staff has not dramatically changed its NTAP. It's just changed the timeline for the natural gas assets that it already recognized were going to be needed for the state.
Yes.
Along with additional actions that need to be completed to inform future planning cycles. Yes.
Thank you. Now, at various times, I think during this hearing, you've expressed concerns about reliability on the system, correct?
Yes.
And we have traditionally in the resource planning cycle, obviously focused on near-term actions, correct?
Yes.
And that's generally referring to the things that activities that need to commence in the next 1, 2, or 3 years, because we are always back in here every 2 years to revisit what's the next step on the journey, correct?
Generally, yes. I mean, there's caveats there with some of the long lead time items for certain discrete topics, but yeah, generally, yes.
And again, there's now almost entirely alignment between public staff's recommendation with respect to near-term actions, with the exception of Smith, correct?
But some of that in part is under a degree of distress just because there are limited solutions that are now here in front of us, given the amount of load that has been signed.
And again, you mentioned this earlier, some of the critical time period we need to be focusing on reliability is 2029, 2030, 2031, 32, 33, correct? And we need to evaluate what are the feasible execution options to continue to maintain reliability during that time period in this proceeding. We need to determine those.
That's correct.
And if there was available cost-effective capacity in that timeline, and if public staff's own analysis showed that resource could lower overall system costs by more than $1 billion by 2050, do you think it would be reasonable to take advantage of that resource in that time frame?
So, I mean, and that hypothetical is hard to expand because you have to look at what are you talking about, what shifted, what assumptions are made within the model. So there's not enough information. Your hypothetical would come to a discrete conclusion.
Well, when you express concerns about reliability, all things being equal, does reliability get solved by adding new, is adding new cost-effective capacity to the system one of the primary ways to address reliability?
That is one method to do so, yes.
And if that resource can be added to the system and lower overall system costs, should the commission elect that capacity resource?
I think the challenge is when you look under what time frame and under the conditions that are made. For example, we have uncertainty around EPA 111. EPA 111 right now is the law of the land. So we have to look at the overall risk factor. I think Smith is a good example, and I don't want to go too far down into that CPC and it's sitting in front of this commission. But when you're looking at that one, we also have to look at, is it producing a 1-year lease cost, or is it at the year 5, or is it at year 10, or is it at year 25? And then you also have to look at the operation characteristics of that plant and as well as the aggregation of the fleet. So for example, if I add in one resource, okay, how does that impact the potential running of the combined cycle fleet? So if the combined cycle fleet is already running at, what was Duke's, without our correction, was approximately 92, 93, 95%.
Close to 94% capacity factor.
So combined cycles, all brand new combined cycles, like, speaking at a very high level, run wide open through their whole operational life at very high capacity factors. That is an execution risk because with that amount of energy, it has to be produced for something else. Mr. Michna and the team made an overall adjustment just to bring that back down, just ensuring whether or not we got to get that energy from other resources. So the Smith CT, in this example as well, it runs for a few years. Going off memory, I had to talk back with the team, approximately 10 years at about 20% capacity factor. But then it essentially goes to zero. Well, yes, it did provide short-term relief, but it turned into a 10-year paperweight. I don't know if that is the most optimal solution for the system, given the magnitude of other risk factors and the assumptions that are for other generation assets.
For clarity of the record, Mr. Metz is referring to the new modeling data, I believe. So,
And that's all in weather normal Encompass modeling, correct?
That is in weather normalized data, correct? We have a reserve margin to account for the overall degrees of uncertainty. Again, straying far afield into the Smith CPC and testimony, I think a lot more conversations, and I would need to rely back on my team, Mr. Hill and Dr. Weaver, to have a few more of the data points that are relevant for that specific unit.
Okay.
just one more item to add to Mr. Metz's comment about kind of this abstract least cost resource we're talking about. Another item is, how do you fuel it? Because I think kind of when we kept pulling that chart up yesterday, one of the things it shows is that pretty much every portfolio presented maximizes gas assets and then builds other assets kind of after those gas assets are maxed out, particularly the combined cycle plants. And I believe part of that, I mean, maybe informed by Duke's knowledge of availability of resources, but a lot of that is the gas supply resource as well. So I think that was one of the items that we touched on in our opening statement, is that to run gas plants at high capacity factors, you need round the clock available gas.
Okay.
And we can discuss in much more detail in our next panel on the concerns about the ELNG and the firm supply, as well as with the new updated load forecast, which was different than analysis that was in initial filing.
Okay. So appreciate that background and recognize there's a lot of complex and interrelated factors that go into determining. But again, when we come back to the core question of what is needed to ensure reliability in this critical time period in which you've expressed concerns about reliability, and the company's witnesses will address those concerns. But what is realistically available in this time frame? There's, again, near complete alignment. With respect to Smith, the one resource that public staff does not support at this time. Would you agree that the public staff's own analysis showed in part that the PVRR of the system will be lower with Smith than without Smith?
I can't remember that data point. That's it up here.
Yeah, so it's off the top of my head.
But again, you can't just look at the overall PVR number in isolation in a specific year. You have to look at the other factors and constraints that are in it. You also have to look at, again, the IRP, CPIRP is a planning document. a lot more of those discrete discussions are also then occur within the CPCN filings. And that's why I said a lot of the conversation should happen within the CPCN filing, but again, taking about very high level concepts within the IRP.
And I believe with the high load sensitivities reliability test, it did not achieve that 0.3 result with Smith on it and could not get below the company's threshold without additional advanced class CTs beyond Smith.
It did not achieve the reliability in 2035.
Yes.
Correct. And we're not in 2035. Would you agree we have additional planning cycles that will occur before 2035?
We have time. I don't believe we have time to waste.
Okay.
So, I
And-
mean, to put a finer point on that one is for certain elements that we don't have a lot of time. For example, we have to make assumptions, what we thought we made in the last CPIRP on certain resources coming online in 2034. We expected certain actions to be completed. Those actions weren't completed, so we had to readjust and delay certain activities. To the extent that those actions continue to be delayed, and maybe they should be delayed to the extent that we identify that those resources have higher cost than what is expected, we need to start making different plans today because that is changing the outcome. We identified primary concerns or core building blocks on data points that have to be analyzed differently, but we need informed data in order to say what's next. So if we're talking about, for example, in prior CPRPs for this commission, I said, well, if you want to continue to build out certain resources in the eastern part of the state, at some point there's a saturation point in which new transmission will be needed. And if you need that new transmission, well, then you're on a 10 to 15 year planning horizon. You can't divorce other operations of the utility to this IRP cycle. And so if we're talking about future gas supply to the volumes of which Duke is already planning to, and we're looking at advanced class turbines, we have to have those conversations of how long is it going to take and what is it going to cost to get that volume of the pipeline within the state, within the Carolinas. And so the extent that in order to get this supply is on this timeline, but yet we continue to sign load, that means I have to get that energy capacity from a different set of resources. And I might have to accelerate or even delay given the dynamics are playing out anytime. Yes, every 2 years we'll come back and sit here in front of the commission, but given the actions that are taken by Duke on signing load and delaying resources, they're not in aligning. Going a 2-year pace on all the functions I just talked about is not sustainable.
And just to add one other item regarding the kind of resource selection we kept going back to yesterday, the NTAP data set in the modeling forced some resources in. The high load and the updated rebuttal load for updated 2026 advanced development load forecast did not force resources in. Meaning they were model selected for either capacity or energy. And if those resources don't materialize and the load remains the same, they leave a hole and something has to fill that hole, or else it will, other metrics will degrade.
And okay, go ahead. So just that we were just talking about Smith, and I appreciate the further color y'all provided on the overall complexity and interrelated nature of the resource planning process. But just to come back to Smith one more time, your own testimony in the Smith docket conceded, public staff's testimony, conceded that there was cost savings in a Smith scenario versus a no Smith scenario, correct?
The testimony states what it states. I can't remember the exact dollar value, but I added a numerous other factors that need to be taken into consideration. You just can't take that one item in isolation and say that is the thumbs up for the generation plan.
And subject to check, the difference in PVR by 2050 of having Smith versus not having Smith is $1 billion. Customers would save $1 billion by 2050 on a PVRR basis if you build Smith versus if you don't build Smith.
If that's what the number says, but I would not give much weight to that to have that be the concluding factor on justification for a plant that runs approximately 1/3 of its operational life.
Okay. And then just to conclude with respect to the NTAP and alignment with public staff, the public staff now does support all of the company's NTAP or has landed the same recommendation, I should say, as the company's NTAP with the exception of Smith, correct?
We feel that it is the minimum actions required. And one just one caveat with that is to this load forecast, which as I believe was as of May 14th. I can't tell you what the current load forecast is at, or whether, more of those letter agreements have transitioned to ESAs, and kind of as things evolve, that as the landscape sits before us, we believe it's the minimum actions that need to be taken.
So for example, if Duke goes out and signs another 2 gigawatts of high load factor customers, that very well could potentially wobble the 2 additional CTs that we talked about, because those may no longer be the potential least cost resource. However, we also understand that there's a constraint on firm transportation within the Carolinas. So there's a push and pull of many different dynamics. Again, this is a planning document. We're saying what is reasonable for planning. Further conversations unfold within the CPCN processes. And we need to identify the fuel supply. And so identification of, we say, for planning purposes, combined cycles 4 and 5 are reasonable for planning purposes. To be clear is that we're not approving in the planning document CC 4 and 5. The assumptions for the fuel supply that we have issues with, which we'll talk about later, there are many other factors that still need to be resolved. So just making sure that we're on the same page here.
Okay. And the company's witnesses are probably best positioned to address on rebuttal the extent to which they are seeing the potential for something like you described, but whether there are other circumstances this commission should consider in terms of steps taken to ensure reliability going forward. Right.
I wouldn't go as far as to say is the best, but they would have a correct perspective that the commission should understand and hear, giving their background and knowledge within the industry. Mr. Commissioner.
And to be clear, they're best positioned to describe what is likely to occur in the economic development pipeline because they're the closest to that process relative to other parties in this case.
They are the subject matter experts actually doing the job.
Okay. No further questions, Chair Brawley.
Redirect, Ms. Lure.
Thank you. So we'll start with some redirect from today. So Mr. Drack asked you about the high load sensitivity. And to make perfectly clear, did the rebuttal load forecast filed in May exceed Duke's high load sensitivity?
It exceeds it in both in terms of peak hours and total, or peak load and total gigawatt hours produced, especially in the 2030s. I believe it kind of dips down below in the 2040s if you look at the cumulative hours, but then it gets back pretty much to the same point by 2050.
Okay. And what level of analysis did Duke apply to this new rebuttal load forecast?
In terms of the resource planning model, Mr. Mitchell to jump in, I'm uncertain on the level of rigor that was applied in terms of the near-term action activities, intermediate and long-term.
I believe Witness Fahey can speak to that, but I believe that we have some concerns with the econometrics and kind of how those match up with regards to the large load docket.
Thank you. And moving on to some questions from yesterday, Sigfer asked about the CPIRP process and the load forecast changes that have taken place throughout the proceeding. Do you have any thoughts regarding process improvements that can be made in future proceedings?
Yeah, I think I would like to kind of talk for a moment about the overall process that we sit here undergoing. I mean, we were here discussing, I mean, we love the snapping the chalk line statement. I mean, it's a chalk line that was snapped in October. Many of the resources were locked down before that, and if you actually go into the data. So I think this can be done on a concatenated timeline. I think we need to work for a more efficient process. I think back to the first iteration of the 2022 CPIRP, that was end to end in 9 months. I mean, that is a large undertaking for all parties involved, so I don't want to say that flippantly. And, acknowledging there are many other dockets going on at that time, but I believe there are ways to kind of expedite this timeline to make it more reflect kind of the state of play more specifically. We keep deferring to Mr. Fahey, but in his initial testimony, I think he had made a recommendation about more frequent load updates. I believe that would, as of Mr. Drack said earlier, it's a semi-annual basis now. I believe more frequent updates are necessary, and we can pivot and adjust if the times we live in become less dynamic. And I think in addition, at kind of reflecting on the last couple of days here, I think one item that I would like to bring forward is that when we're in the IRP process, kind of mandating what needs to be provided when the load forecast changes, I'm going to call it 500 megawatts because that's about the size of a CT within the process. Right now, I think the items that are needed when the forecast is updated is A, an updated modeling, so saying, what do you have? B, an updated reliability screening, so saying, how are you going to serve it? Like an updated PBR analysis can respond to how much does this all cost? I think the final thing is an updated billing analysis of saying, what does this mean to ratepayers? Because I guess just to kind of give lay to the land here, where we sit right now is we've received updated modeling since the filing of rebuttaling. On discovery we observed at Duke, it's my understanding that they do not have an updated reliability screening they can provide us on that new modeling. From discovery we have served, I do not believe there's a updated PBR analysis we have received. And the final one from the billing analysis, if you refer to, I believe it's Laura Bateman's testimony, figure 3 on page 11, she uses the high load forecast as a proxy for the updated billing impact analysis. And as we reviewed yesterday, with the new modeling, there's several gigawatts of batteries that are not represented in the high load forecast. So I think right now we're kind of, I mean, we're all navigating these, I think the word is we keep using is dynamic times here, but there's just a lot of pieces to the puzzle missing, and it makes it difficult on myself. And I'm sure, Dukes and witnesses would agree with me that, absent objective analysis, it is hard to analyze some of these things. I mean, we keep talking about directional trends and, we can kind of see where things are going, but it does make it difficult on all parties. So I think more strict guidelines on kind of understanding what needs to be provided when the load forecast changes to a magnitude not seen before, kind of especially in the kind of coming decade.
Thank you. Changing focus a little bit, Sigfer asked about curtailment of certain customers. Is it your understanding that some large load customers are agreeing to voluntary curtailment provisions in their ESAs to allow them to interconnect to the system sooner?
Yes, and to clarify from the modeling standpoint, we used customers over 100 megawatts, which I believe is a point that got missed yesterday. From a modeling standpoint, we included customers with ESAs with that provision over 100 megawatts, which I believe was a point missed yesterday.
Okay, and then you were asked by Mr. Snowden under the public staff's proposal for a large load tariff in a separate docket, which future ESAs would be subject to curtailment? And can you clarify the size of those ESAs?
So for the future ESAs,
Yes. Was that 100 megawatts and greater?
so looking at the overall recommendations was establishing, so within the, I'm back up here a second. A reasonable number should be established. In further review last night, there may be a potential slight conflict on what we filed in the overall rate case. I believe that the 50 megawatt amount was set. So a value somewhere greater than 50 megawatts or more should have a threshold for curtailments, yes.
Okay, and Mr. Michna, you responded to several questions regarding the new load forecast in Duke's rebuttal. Does the new load forecast represent the 1U, the merged utilities, or the two separate utilities?
The new load forecast represents the 1U system. The other two, the NTAP and the high load, are the 2U system.
Okay. And Mr. Metz, counsel from Microsoft asked you several questions regarding whether a curtailment provision for large load customers would constitute DSM. Do you believe discussions regarding whether curtailment constitutes DSM should happen in a CPIRP proceeding?
My immediate answer would be no. The IRP is a planning document. The overall deeper discussion, the DSM and EE should happen within the appropriate docket, which is not the CPIRP. And I would need other technical witnesses or subject matter experts on that matter.
Okay, that's all the redirect that I have.
Okay, commissioners' questions. Staff has given me just a couple. Mr. Commissioner and Mr. Metz, the core modeling disagreement between Duke and the public staff seems to be around the modeling of the curtailment provisions of Duke's ESAs. Could you walk us through the public staff's decision to model these curtailment provisions and explain why public staff believes that treatment is appropriate for planning purposes?
So in the planning or in the modeling space, when we modeled the large load curtailment provision of the ESAs, we modeled it as Duke modeled their large load curtailment program in their initial filing. So I keep referring to the other high load sensitivity that was provided in its initial filing. Duke provided a high load sensitivity that had up to 1 gigawatts of curtailable large load. So we modeled it as they modeled it, which was as a DSM program with a hurdle. So basically making it the last program to be called on the system. Just a high price point. It encompasses an economic model. If you don't want it to do something, you make it cost a lot of money. So we made it kind of as a price point to make it the last dispatch model. So we modeled it as was presented in the initial case. I understand in rebuttal, I've not had time to fully analyze it. Duke has proposed a ELCC system to kind of limit the amount of capacity that this program adds to the system, such that it's not shifting resources around as dynamically. I believe they matched their ELCC of the program to a 4-hour battery. We have not had time to analyze this. I mean, it's going to be a iterative process, I believe, and I keep going back to that we are in dynamic times, but that's a new dynamic that was introduced in rebuttal that we have not had time to fully explore yet. I know other jurisdictions, like I think PJM applies a 90, subject to check 92% ELCC to their large load program. So that was a internal discussion that we had in the public staff is how do we weight this? And we ultimately decided to weight it as Duke had weighted it in the initial modeling just to keep things apples to apples.
And so in some of the mechanics there, as we talked about before, we ran it, we mimicked what Duke did. We thought we made a refinement with the ESAs greater than 100 megawatts. And we ultimately looked at the results of how those resources were called on. Again, we would not be sitting here in front of the commission on a weather normalized load if 100% of those resources were called. It called on it in one discrete hour for a very limited amount of the ultimate resources. And we thought that was reasonable given the magnitude of savings and the further delay in resources that it would cause. Again, as a team, we're still having internal conversations about Duke's proposed methodology from an ELCC perspective. Don't believe that the company's concept is misplaced. It's very reasonable. I think the further mechanics that would pan out in future rate cases, or not, apologies, MYRP, IRP cases, what is the correct amount? Is it 75%? Is it 92%? Is it 34%? We can resolve that and have ongoing conversations with the utility.
As this becomes a larger part of the model and portfolio, I think it's going to be I think it is important to weight it such that it's not like fully displacing resources. It's more a program that can be relied on, but not called on 100% of the time, as Dustin said. It's a program of last resort to keep the lights on.
In your review, has public staff identified examples from other jurisdictions where large load curtailment provisions are being used to inform resource planning or capacity decisions?
Mr. Thomas be the better person to speak on that one.
Yeah, I believe so.
Mr. Thomas would be the better witness to speak in more detail on those additional data points.
As I think we presented in the large load docket and back in October, I mean, we have looked at what many other jurisdictions and many other commissions are doing, and we do, take that into consideration.
Okay. Can you explain how Duke would operationalize the ESA curtailment provisions within real-time system operations as a dependable resource for reliability planning purposes?
So I think that question would be better well suited for the utility explains. I don't want to speak for the control center. However, from a planning perspective, it would be similar to the provisions that are already in place. We had lots of conversations about the tool during Winter Storm Elliott to have controlled control curtailment of discrete parts in the system that we know through, I'm trying to use the correct terminology, is that during excess energy events, Duke has a program to curtail certain generation output. Namely, solar, is that there is a program in place. Do we have something today that could do this? No. Well, the utility should answer that. But I think something can be relatively implemented that would be a tool in the toolbox for the system operators. Further conversations would need to unfold to say, well, who do we curtail? Do we always don't want to curtail the first customer? What are the notifications? I think it'll be very fair as part of this that from a operations standpoint to say, hey, we got a high load coming up Friday. We're going into expected high loads. Hey, let's go ahead and give 24-hour notice, 48-hour notice, 72-hour notice on the degrees of curtailments. Hey, can you go ahead? It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. We're going to back it down for Friday. Can you back it down 50 megawatts? The key account managers should be able to have those conversations, and we should be able to do this in a controlled way. Further conversations will need to be had.
In Duke's rebuttal, they state the public staff SERV-M modeling failed to meet the threshold loss of load expectation of 0.165. Is there information relevant to this outcome which you believe was insufficiently communicated in Duke's rebuttal?
No, between rebuttal and the discovery we served in rebuttal, we identified kind of what caused that result to be determined. And I believe it, you asked me to rerun it. It's an iterative process. We brought multiple gas resources online in 2036. If we had shifted them forward a year in our planning with our initial submission, I believe based on their communications and discovery, we would have passed the screening. It's an iterative process. We don't have access to serve them, so we hand the results to Duke and they tell us how we scored.
Another process for refinement is also looking at the coal retirement dates. The coal retirement dates within Encompass are December 31st. So to the extent that if we're going into the January season, well, you might have just stripped 600 megawatts away. We think it'll be a refinement. Mr. Mitchell discussed this in more detail, is that for future IRPs that we look at, well, maybe we should retire them in March. Maybe we should be retiring them in April. That may create additional breathing room for the serve model to align with risk-informed decisions.
Mr. Metz, as you are aware, the Commission has relied on this modeling framework, both in Encompass and SERV-M, to determine the least regrets near-term actions reasonable for planning purposes. If the high-load portfolios do not satisfy the SERV-M reliability verification step, how should the Commission weigh those results when deciding what near-term actions are reasonable in this proceeding?
That's a good one.
Well, if you don't mind if I jump in. So I believe on page 25 of Holman and O'Connor's reliability panel initial testimony, they kind of outlaid Duke Energy's process for reliability screening. And on page 26, there's a nice flow chart that kind of shows how they view that iterative process. So I believe we're kind of at the end stage of the iterative process where it did not pass the screening, so you have to go back and determine what actions need to be taken. And I think that's a loop that hasn't been closed. In their discovery response, they indicated that additional gas resources could allow them to pass that screening. But I think that's kind of one of the struggles that we have up here is we don't know what that next step is. I mean, they keep saying foundation for a reliable system in the future, but we don't know what is going to be built on that foundation. And I think that's a question that would need to be answered by Duke Energy. It was kind of how they plan to close that gap.
I agree, and that aligns with some of the recommendations that we made. Is in order to have that next part of the conversation is we need to identify, is the solution of future gas supply reasonable, and does that change the intermediate planning solution?
Are there any recommendations or modeling assumptions or results discussed by other parties that you would like to comment upon for the record?
None that come to mind.
Nothing.
Mr. Metz, while we have you here, what has been your experience with the multi-value strategic transmission process that has been ongoing in the CTPC? We are specifically wondering if you had any reactions to the testimony of CCBA witness Haggerty on the CTPC.
So Mr. Thomas would need to answer that in more detail and I expand to the commission. Through my time with the public staff, yes, I followed the CTPC process more closely, was actively involved. Throughout that time, I've transitioned onto different hats and different responsibilities, and we've had to realign the overall work within the public staff. Part of that overall realignment is Mr. Thomas and his team, strong team. They've been following that process more closely. The overall part and divergence when I had with it was understanding the overall portfolio analysis. So saying, well, if we build this, what's the transmission that we need? If we build this portfolio of resources, but if we build this portfolio of resources, does it change? I think it is a fair critique. Say, well, there wasn't that much difference between the portfolios, so you really couldn't tell if it was going to dramatically change the outcome. But taking a step back is there's still only a limited amount of pool of resources that we could build. And me personally, I would find that the planning assumptions were reasonable, at least for the first iteration of MVST. Now, the high load forecast has changed that dynamic. And I think further review or further MVST scenarios would need to also account for the additional load and potential different resources that are added. Again, it's a dynamic process.
Well, as something of a follow-up, during the 2023 CPIRP, you shared concerns that drove your recommendation that the commission not approve the RZEP 2.0 projects. Do you have similar concerns with regard to identified projects coming out of the MVST process? And if so, would you share those concerns?
Talking briefly about the RZEP 2.0 process, removal of the interim target did provide short-term, less particular resources that were built that would contribute the need for transmission investments. So with that said, it's not saying that maybe the resources could be potentially built, but now it comes in the question, should they be built in the timeline that was originally proposed, which I would say is a secondary conversation. Taking a step back and looking at the overall directional guidance that we're having with these resources, I would still say that future transmission upgrades are more likely than not, given the resource build out that is to continue to take place. I would say it's more of a fine-tuning function of the timing. Should it be built in, picking a random date? Should the transmission line come in service in 2035, or can it be 2039? I do have to reflect that degree of precision is very challenging, more likely than not from the transmission planners, because at some point a decision does have to be made. We do have to move forward. Delaying a project mid-cycle would have cost to ratepayers just because there'd be crewing, AUEC, et cetera. So there is a balance that has to be taken. And I don't have finer analysis at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all I've got. Commissioner McKissick.
Just a few questions. Based upon the public staff's position at this time, is it fair to say that the key unit where there's distinction is the Smith CT unit?
Yes.
And with that being the issue that is the key area of distinction, I want to get a little bit more information about the basis for your recommendation at this time that unit not move forward. Now, as I understand it, the Smith CT unit is not an advanced class CT. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe it's a F-class turbine.
And as I recall, it's not going to be 100% hydrogen capable even in the future. It would take retrofitting to make it capable of using a 30% hydrogen blend. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
I would need to talk to my team on the overall finer details on that. For retrofitting, I think there's a point of clarification he's made is what's needed on the pipeline.
Mhm.
And let's just say you're not doing off the pipeline, then you're producing it on site. And then it's the piping from, let's just say it's electrolyzer. It's piping from the electrolyzer up to the burner tip or the bucket. It's retrofit of the bucket. And then it's going to have to be whether or not there's further retrofit of the potential blades themselves can withstand that temperature point and how that may impact the overall dynamics of the operating plant.
And in terms of the need for the facility, I mean, what is your analysis showing at this time in terms of need and when that would actually be necessary to be a part of the system as opposed to what Duke's contentions are?
So taking a step back, going off memory here, is that we have identified that resources are needed on the system. So for example, Mr. Michna talked about the numbering here is confusing me. It's CTs. What are the buck CTs and what are the next CTs after that?
CTs 3, 4, and then 6 and 7 are the next two.
Okay, so 5 was skipped because 5 is the Smith nomenclature. So it could be possible that we're agreeing that something needs to be built, and ratepayer money is finite, it's not infinite, and so we're saying a right resource needs to be built. And if I was to sit here today from a planning document, emphasis on a planning document, is more likely than not, I would say an advanced class turbine should be built in its place of Smith. However, the other binding constraint as we sit over here, as I talked about, is we have concerns about fuel pipeline capacity. So if we can get fuel pipeline capacity, and if it is more economic to do so, it is potential that we need to be shifting more to combined cycles and looking at then other conversations maybe unfold. And Duke would be the better person to talk about this. How quickly can they get a turbine from the manufacturer? How quickly can they transition the construction crew? These are important parts of the conversation. I want to make sure that due credit is given over there. So when we're looking specifically at Smith, as I sit here today, based upon what I know, setting aside fuel supply, I think an advanced turbine would be a better longer-term solution to the interest of ratepayers.
I believe,
Go ahead, sir.
so just from the modeling standpoint as well, I mean, I believe part of our initial critique of the Smith unit was that it runs for a couple years in the near-term action plan and then falls pretty much to a near zero capacity factor beyond that. Even in the new modeling provided, it runs about a 20% capacity factor through 2037 or 2038, and then it just drops off a cliff again. I think we agree that we need energy, but is it being built because there are no other options available? Or is it being built because it's the right resource to serve ratepayers?
Then when the resource is being dispatched, I don't have the numbers sitting here in front of me. So just again, taking kind of directional is looking at the levelized cost of energy. Thermal resources, I think it's reasonable to look at levelized cost of energy. I believe the levelized cost of energy. So basically you have a 35-year asset that only runs for 10 years. Well, levelized cost of energy on that one is going to be very expensive, maybe north of $300 to $400 per megawatt hour. It may have lower PVRR, but is that a reasonable long-term solution to be putting on the system to be running at that magnitude? Other resources start coming into the play. So it's encouraging from the utility to looking at least cost solutions. But again, the decision to move forward with Smith is not based upon the advancing load forecast of which Duke has signed and the reality that we sit here today. There's a mismatch.
And if you were looking at what optimally might be put there, I mean, you said a combined cycle, but what if, in saying combined cycle, would it necessarily be at Smith or some other facility?
It would likely have to be at a different facility, not
That's
just
what I
at
assume.
Smith. Also, part of our consideration is understanding that the transmission impacts is, and again, as I sit here today, it's my understanding that with or without Smith, there's not an identified transmission need. Therefore, removal of Smith doesn't turn into a larger issue.
And if Smith were not built, it's my understanding that somewhere around 2031 to 2033 in that time frame, there's a need on the system to have some additional capacity that's available.
That is correct, and that's why we recommended to bring in the CTs 6 and 7.
And that would be a better in your mind, from a planning perspective, a better way to approach it?
From a planning perspective, yes, conversations about fuel supply still needed it to take place. And I think it's also important to note, nothing is preventing the utility from filing a CPCN for any resource between this IRP and the next IRP, given the conditions may change.
Now, as I recall, Amazon's building a data center down in Richmond County where Smith is located. Do you see that data center, that project, generating a need or demand that in your mind would be fulfilled or met if Smith CT moved forward?
I would have to I need to talk to Dr. Weaver and Mr. Hill. My general understanding, looking at from the transmission impact with and without Smith, does not change the outcome. Stated differently, adding the load from that facility does not cause the need for immediate generation and approximation to that node.
In a project? And let me ask this. I know you spoke earlier about, in your testimony, about the delays as it relates to nuclear from the last CPIRP. Had Duke moved forward more expeditiously with nuclear as originally anticipated, would that be changing any of your forecasting at this time?
I did not complete an analysis to do hindsight to see if it changed to going forward, Mr. Commissioner.
That would be a very difficult retroactive analysis to perform, but it's a megawatt needy system and it builds nuclear as fast as possible, as soon as it's allowed in pretty much every portfolio. You can make some extrapolations from there, but I don't have any specific data supporting that.
Okay. You provided some excellent testimony. I think many of the interveners have asked so many of the questions that were in the back of my mind when the panel first came forward. I think that kind of fills the gaps in terms of where my informational voids were. So thank you.
Commissioner Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just have a couple of quick questions for Mr. Metz. Mr. Metz, we're talking about 2 gigawatts creating this situation we find ourselves in with additional CCs on 6 and 7, right?
I'd say from a longer term planning perspective, I think it would be reasonable to have this conversation absent the 2 gigawatt of load additions, as I paraphrased. I think the addition of the 2 gigawatts accelerated the decision or accelerated the point that we need to be having a conversation much sooner rather than later, so we can start having informed conversations versus continuing to kick the can down the road every 2 years.
Is it your understanding this additional 2 gigawatts of load is coming primarily from data centers?
So 1 second. I thought I brought with me a table that outlined the specific additions. So I have not isolated the 2 gigawatts in question. I have a list in front of me that looks at overall each ESA and the type of industry. It is marked as confidential. Would have to go in a confidential session to give you much more detail than that. I can go through each ESA and the type of industry if that would answer the commission's question. Backing up here a second. In terms of IRP planning, respectively, a megawatt is a megawatt. We don't necessarily isolate the type of manufacturer or the industry that is coming from.
Okay, without going in a confidential session, the sheet that you're looking at with the required load from various types of industry, what percentage is data centers? Are they 10 of the 15 you're looking at? Are they 9 of 20? What have we got?
Let me do some math
That's
here.
general enough not to be If Duke has an objection to that count, no, no objection.
Does Duke need to look at what I'm looking at, and can I give the number?
I think a general percentage would be non-confidential. But I don't know what document you're looking at, so I'm not verifying the accuracy of this, but.
Is general approximations with the list that I have in front of me, which again was pulled from the Bateman and Beveridge rebuttal testimony on the overall North Carolina large load impact analysis supporting work papers. Approximately 50% of the projects that I have here are data centers and approximation. However, at a very high level glean, about 75% of the load are from data centers.
75% of the load of what, sir?
75% of the load is data center driven.
Okay. In listening to your testimony and that statement just now, how would one assume that we are not building this additional load just for data centers?
Looking at it from a planning perspective, respectfully, a megawatt is a megawatt. When we identify, for example, I can expand upon to say, yes, I think it's a reasonable outcome to say, let's just simplify. 2 gigawatts came from customer A. Okay, any change in the load, any change in the generation build out has to be caused by that one customer. However, when we look at from a planning perspective, it takes into account the current system energy demands, which are all the existing customers, as well as even the projections beyond that 2 gigawatt customer in my hypothetical. So that discrete element isn't isolated just because you could be building in, let's just say, a nuclear power plant or combined cycle that has lower energy costs, but higher capital expenditures. But as we go out into the future, it may ultimately result in less cost across a total system average. Hopefully that answered your question, Commissioner.
Yes, sir, that does. The ESAs that Duke has signed and are firm, and making that assumption, which I don't want to, but they pretty much know where they are. You mentioned, I think in your testimony about possibly having a moratorium on data centers or putting some of those ESAs on hold or deferring them to a later date. Would that be a correct statement?
At a minimum, that we identified that for future ESAs, there should be a pause and to ensure that the planning cycle can keep up with the load additions.
Okay, I've listened to you testify for about 2.5 years now, and Mr. Messina as well in discussions with his testimony over time, and both of you's professional prowess about being able to opine on different issues that you're asked about. Do I sense a level of uncomfortability because both of you are very detailed about what you do, how you plan, what statements you make, et cetera? This coming online to be dealt with within a 2-month frame, am I correct in that? 2 months?
The additional of the load was signed approximately over what was the time period, Mr. Missioner?
I believe the one jump occurred on April 15th with the company's 208A filing. I can't speak to when specifically those were signed. And then in rebuttal testimony, they identified further ESAs had progressed from letter agreements to signed ESAs.
Well, my last question would be, of the carbon plans that you've been involved with since you've been here, Mr. Metz, and has anything like this ever been thrown at you at the last minute to try to, it seems to me that it takes a lot of time in utility planning, and you have not had that time. What do you think about it?
We are in uncharted waters, and from an operation and planning perspective, that does start to make me nervous. Now, if we're talking about while critical and important if we're talking about 100 megawatts, 200 megawatts, in the big picture of planning, again, we're talking about currently a 35 gigawatt load system. That means we have approximately, with a reserve margin, let's just put it out there, north of 40, at least 40 gigawatts of total online reserves. We can absorb some of that uncertainty. The challenge is that essentially overnight that you start signing plants that take anywhere between a 7 to 8 year to 10, 13, or 15-year cycle. There's a mismatch. I do not have a solution for that. As I said here for the commission, that we're informing them that reliability concerns are coming front and center. We're trying to inform you all to say, look, if we continue down this pace, I think we're running already at the edge of what is acceptable, even slightly beyond that edge, just because we have other binding constraints, or fuel supply being one of them. And to the extent that the commission agrees with this, and I think it's important if the commission adopts what we proposed here, at least on the pause, is that there's an off-ramp. The off-ramp is if an ESA wants to be signed, okay, bring it in front of the commission. Have the utility ensure that we can keep the lights on. Have the commission be aware of where we're at in the overall time frame, because if we have reliability issues, there would be some. I'll probably be sitting in the seat once again and not answering friendly questions.
And I know Witness Fahey talks about it a bit in his testimony, but one of the things we tried to look at as we started to undergo this IRP is kind of how does this stack up historically? We were going back through old IRPs, and we haven't had system growth projected like this since, I mean, the implementation of residential air conditioning. I mean, it's just relatively, as Dustin said, unprecedented waters here. We're pivoting and adjusting. And I tied it back to that figure of how Duke does their reliability testing. Right now, we're kind of the loop hasn't been completed. We've identified that there's a gap, and what do we need to do to close the gap? And it's either add generation or control the load. And if the load increases, that just keeps exacerbating that cycle. So I think we're sitting at a juncture here where we are concerned that we are starting to kind of outpace the ability to keep up.
If I can have a little more liberty, 1970s and 80s. Guess what we had going on then? We had large nuclear build out, and as well as the coal plants were acting as the baseline of the system. We're not in that era right now. The building element is not at the pace that we were the last time that I've seen this type of large scale exponential growth. Now, we have to remember history as well, respectfully to the commission, is saying, look what happened from that build out. Our load projections, for decades, were over projected. Now, I find it interesting from a history perspective with the engineers and planners before me, they used a straight edge and a slide rule. Well, you kind of project out from when we made those decisions, we kind of maybe be ending up the same point we are now, just adding a little bit of humor to the conversation. But we went through an era that there was build out of the system, which had higher increased rates to overall customers. We retired plants, economic decisions, et cetera, but now we're back up in that rebuild phase. So I want to make sure that please don't take away that we're up here screaming that the sky is falling and we need to build everything that we can, because we still have concerns that we don't want to end up in an overbuilt system and our rates become even more, or have larger affordability concerns. But at least at a minimum from a planning document that we identified the minimum resources that we need to keep the lights on.
Just allow me one more. The dates 24, 32, 34, 35, 37, right in that wheelhouse. We're going to try to retire 8.5 gigawatts of coal. Have you had opportunity to analyze and see this additional load that they're requesting and what impact that's going to have on that?
I believe I touched on it a little bit yesterday. The coal retirement analysis was conducted using the moderate development forecast and then the baseline advancing development one in this portfolio. It is not considered the high load forecast. And just having run dozens and dozens of model runs ad nauseum for the last 9 months here, there are some very clear gravitational sink points in the model where coal exits the system, load is increasing, and they're just build out tends to cluster around these points just because you're taking when Marshall tires are taking a gigawatt off the system. The load continues to rise, and then it needs to both meet that rising load and serve load removal, which creates a very interesting problem that I'd say the coal retirement process has not seen thus far. And so there's, I think, more to come on that one. I can't imagine that increasing load would require us to retire the coal plant sooner. But I think that will be a discussion that continues well into the next IRP of how long do we need to keep these coal plants on to keep.
Okay, thank you.
reliability.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, okay. Commissioner McKissick.
And that's simply a question about the ESAs and the modeling. I mean, as it stands right now, ESAs are kind of customized. It's not a uniform ESA that is utilized. If moving forward, there was a standardized ESA that had certain curtailment provisions, would that begin to address your concern about the load and the need for us to be able to have a sufficient generating capacity to meet the needs that are anticipated or maybe coming in the pipeline, since there could be curtailment provisions that might address that lack of generating capacity?
So we believe a standardized ESA is a good starting point. However, we also want to ensure that the commission is cognizant that any deviations there, it may be reasonable based upon the uniqueness specific to the customer. I mean, we have heard, again, without calling out specific customers, is that there is an economic analysis saying what is an acceptable amount of curtailments versus an unacceptable amount of curtailments and whether or not that aligns with their business model. So I think at a minimum, we include those provisions, functions of the ramp rate as we transition notably through this 2020 presently to this approximately 2031, 2032 timeframe. I believe, subject to check, I believe our testimony in the pending rate case had a 5-year ramp rate. We really lean on the utilities to inform us of what that ramp rate should be with conversations with that customer. Because the customer may be wanting to bring on its widgets under a certain time frame, but the utility is the best one to have that informed conversation of what they're seeing on reserves. Because you might go ahead and sign the contract for one, well, that might recontribute the need to have a different conversation with the next ESA. But to keep everyone on the same playing field, we believe a standardized ESA should be adopted. But again, handled in more detail within the confines of the rate case sitting for the commission.
Thank you.
All right, let's take a break. We'll come back at 11:05. Heard questions on commissioners' questions? Attorney General? Okay. No questions on commissioners' questions?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I have a couple.
Okay.
I don't know if anyone else does. Wake my screen up if you don't mind. Gentlemen, for the record, John Burns for CCBA. Commissioner Tucker asked you a question, and about the percentage of additional load in the 2026 update that is attributable to data centers and other specific types of large load. Do you recall that request?
Yes.
And you referred to the ability to assign that need to one or another customer being difficult because the benefits and impacts are to the whole system, and a megawatt is a megawatt. Did I paraphrase that?
From a planning perspective, yes.
Okay. Wouldn't it be, would you agree with me that it would be helpful for there to be a program by which those large customers could arrange for and agree to pay for at least some part of the megawatts that they are specifically requiring?
I don't think it's unreasonable to have ongoing conversations about potential programs, which they will be willing to execute and potentially take on capital costs or equivalent to provide for their load.
And if those customers have requirements in their own policies that their energy be from renewable resources, they could control that through such a program, couldn't they?
That is possible, yes.
What would we need to know in order for such a program to be workable? If we have to, you said we need to consider that, we could talk about it. What types of information would you think would need to be drawn out through such a consideration before we could actually move forward with such a program?
I do not have an immediate answer to that one. I would need to consult with my overall team.
Would it be helpful, though, for there to be a process by which we all discuss different stakeholders and the utilities and the public staff discuss that in order to come up with such a program?
I think it would be reasonable to include the different spectrums of the equation. So yes, the utility, the ultimate needs of the customer, as well as the public staff.
Okay, and in that same colloquy with Commissioner Tucker, you responded that our build out is not at the pace that we were in the 70s and 80s when we were doing the nuclear build out. Do you recall that?
Yes.
It's true, isn't it, that there are other parts of the country and indeed the planet where a rapid buildup of renewable resources is greatly outpacing the rate that we are adding those resources in North Carolina?
Yes, different parts of the nation are building at different speeds relative to North Carolina, but as a testimony that I stated earlier in this proceeding, there are many other factors that need to be taken into consideration to come to the conclusion.
No further questions. Thank you.
Are there other questions? Ms. Kress?
Yes, Chair Brawley, thank you. Christina Kress, for the record for SIGFR. Gentlemen, you were having a conversation with Chair Brawley about the public staff's decision to model curtailment provisions. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
Okay, and during that discussion, you brought up the DSM program, how it was modeled as a DSM program of last resort specifically. Do you recall this
Yes.
discussion? Okay. Are you, Mr. Michna, or you, Mr. Metz, involved in the DSM EE collaborative?
Directly, no, Mr. Mishna.
I'm not either.
Would you agree, subject to check, that the document which has previously been entered into evidence as SIGFR Cross Witness Metz Michna amended Direct Exhibit 1 contains a recommendation from SIGFR to bifurcate the EEDSM collaborative between residential and non-residential issues?
Subject to check.
And do you think, given today's changing landscape, that it makes sense to consider whether it's appropriate now to move forward with bifurcating the EEDSM collaborative so that non-residential issues can be discussed separately from residential programs?
I don't have a position on that time. Our testimony is looking at from the confines of planning. I think the concept of DSM is being used interchangeably from a modeling perspective, and Mr. Mention, jump in by all means. It's you have to create uh, an overall input, and part of that input is saying what is the bucket of megawatts, and then you have to put a price in which it's called on. That in itself doesn't mean that it is within the DSM and EE framework, a DSM measure, but it mimics a DSM like, or stated differently, it mimics better a load reduction in that given hour. Mr. Mishina.
That's a great summary of the modeling inputs. All of it does is it creates a variable and it places it in the dispatch stack.
Yes.
And thank you for that. Mr. Metz, I believe in response to a question from Chair Brawley, you said something to the effect of further discussion is needed on several of these issues, including but not limited to future ESAs and curtailment provisions contained therein potentially, as well as large load tariff design. You also mentioned a couple of times the public staff's proposal in the pending Duke Energy rate cases regarding a large load tariff. Are you aware, subject to check, that Sigford testified on May 29th, 2026 in the DEC rate case and included a recommendation that the commission open a new separate stakeholder proceeding to discuss these issues, including this potential large load tariff?
That rings a bell, yes.
And gentlemen, in response to a question from Commissioner Tucker regarding a potential moratorium on data centers, you responded that the public staff is recommending to consider a pause on future ESAs until the planning cycle can keep up with additions. Did I paraphrase that correctly?
In part, the other clarifier that I had in there, and if I didn't quite articulate this, my apologies, is that a provision that exists that you come in and ask for permission, approval, if you would, or a Christian agreement, or some type of framework, and that any deviation from a set threshold, ultimately the commission would have to approve, as long as the utility demonstrates that the system is reliable.
And do you think that a potential pause on future ESAs would be good for business in North Carolina?
With the exceptions that I noted, they would have the ability to come in before this commission and move forward. So as long as the utility can demonstrate that is existing customers, and as well as the future customers who even have signed ESA contracts in place, are still able to meet the degree of reliability, which one they're paying for and then expected to take service from.
Do you think a potential pause on future ESAs would be good for economic development in North Carolina?
I believe I stated my ultimate position there is that the commission should be aware of and keep and maintain track of system reliability. I don't think it'll be in the best interest of any economic development if we start having large reliability issues on the overall system.
As the saying goes, power is 5% of the economy, or energy is 5% of the economy, but it's the first 5%.
And gentlemen, would a mandatory curtailment provision be good for economic development in North Carolina?
As we're sitting here today, looking at it from a modeling perspective, we identified with this commission a concern about reliability. To the extent that the commission agrees with that concern, I mean, I think your questions do have balance or bring balance into the consideration of the impacts. But as I stated in the very beginning of my testimony, I want to bring the commission's attention to reliability. Having an unreliable system for existing and future ratepayers, I do not think is a good foundational point.
And is mandatory curtailment, where previously there was none, maintaining or improving reliability as required by House Bill 951?
So part of that, I would need to talk with counsel because that looks to be a legal interpretation. However, as I sit here and based upon the factors that I'm seeing before me, that we think it's reasonable to have curtailment provisions within the ESAs, noting it again, and if they do not want their curtailment provisions, they can come in and explain to the commission why they do not want. There could be a business model which it is a reasonable outcome to not have those curtailment provisions. We're not saying it's impossible. We're saying the starting point is to have the curtailment provisions based upon what we're seeing specifically through the planning margin, particularly between now and approximately 2031, 2032. Their overall bottlenecks or constraints on the system. Now, a large factor of this is also dependent upon the size of the customer. From a 20 megawatt customer looking at system reliability is much, much different than looking at a potential gigawatt customer, 2 gigawatt customer. So there has to be a balance here, and I can't say with an absolute to say this is the absolute threshold. That's not reasonable given all the dynamics. A lot of thought, another factor in this is saying, well, maybe Duke can move forward generation faster. That changes the thought process. Well, let's say we can't get firm supply and there's been some type of event at the OEM that slows down the process. Let's say we can't bring in those resources in 2037. I think I'm tired of saying the word dynamic, but we're in an unprecedented time frame that I can't draw a straight line to say this is the pass-fail criteria. That's why I think it's reasonable to say you need to come back into the commission so the commission can be made aware of where we're at today, given how fast things are moving.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chris. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Chair Brawley. This is Ben Smith for Environmental Defense Fund. Just a couple of questions. Commissioner Tucker asked you some questions about the percentage of the new load being data centers. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you just a couple of questions with respect to that sort of new data center load that's coming on. Are you aware of local government moratoriums across the state for data center development?
Yes, I heard some on the news either last night or this morning.
For example, the city of Charlotte has a moratorium that's currently in effect until at least November 5th, 2026, subject to check. Have you heard something about that?
Subject to check.
So what I guess I'm getting at here is, are there constraints built into the modeling that reflect geographic, I suppose, inefficiencies for the system or load centers that fall outside of these local government moratoriums?
It does not get to that level of detail.
Do you all have concerns going forward if there are state and local government moratoriums that could impact the planning process if some data centers have to be moved or new constraints are put into the model?
Any material impact to the load forecast would create tail end effects on future resource planning,
And
regardless of it's a data center or not.
And would it surprise you to know that there are 9 counties that currently have data center development moratoriums that are currently in effect?
Subject to check.
And 4 cities, including the city of Durham and the city of Charlotte?
I don't know how this is connecting to Commissioner Tucker's question, but subject to check.
I guess what I'm asking is, as we sit here today looking at new load coming on the system that Commissioner Tucker described and asked about data centers, you have this outside constraint that'll come into the model at some point, but we haven't solved for that yet. Isn't that right?
I don't believe this constraint will be entered in the model as a load cap for a geographic standpoint.
What about on reliability?
System reliability is reliability. It doesn't matter which particular customer is. It's a planning reserve margin and other metrics that we have to serve.
Loads and input, if that changes, the output changes, but it doesn't get down to like this locality made a decision and it impacted, it would just take the load change.
Thank you. And I'm moving on to my next question, which came from Chair Brawley's question related to the near-term action plan, high load, and sort of he asked how the commission should evaluate, I'm paraphrasing, what the near-term action plan was with the high load and the SERVM considerations. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
So the public staff and, well, I'll say this differently. Are you all aware that there are rules regarding how a near-term action plan should be proposed in a carbon plan and IRP?
Yes.
Yes.
And I'm not asking to get into the legality of this. I'm asking into the evaluation of this of a CPIRP. And one portion of the rule is Rule R860A F11, talking about evaluation of resource portfolios and selections of resources, says the near-term action plan required by this rule should discuss the specific actions the electric public utilities propose to take over the near term to progress carbon emissions reductions in a least cost manner while maintaining or improving reliability of the grid and continue executing least cost planning, including actions to preserve optionality for future potential resources that could help achieve these objectives in future updates to the CPIRP. When you all do your evaluation, do you consider it in that manner?
Yes.
Do you think that as we sit here today with additional information that's come in the rebuttal, that Duke has proposed a plan that shows how they will progress carbon emissions reductions in a least cost manner while maintaining or improving the reliability of the grid, and continue executing least cost planning, including actions to preserve optionality for future potential resources that could help achieve these objectives in future updates to the CPIRP?
So there was a lot to break apart in that one question. So let me try to start chiseling away at it. But I may need friendlier reminders on all the discrete parts. So ultimately the public staff plan identified the overall minimal actions that need to be taken in terms of what generation assets need to be built. Through that, I would say, yes, it does have an eye towards the future. These resources were being built. They were being built in the advancing development load forecast. And then given that the load has increased, it's a reasonable conclusion that they'll be continued to be built out into the overall horizon. So while we haven't had the level of rigor that in an ideal world for this new advancing development, rebuttal, load, update, whatever Duke refers to it as, we identified the minimal actions. We believe that these are working towards maintaining system reliability. And now to the extent that additional resources needed, yes, it's very possible. And I hope the utility brings those potential solutions going forward. The degree of optionality is that for the onshore wind activities, we still support that limited development activity should take place to inform future resource plannings. We agreed to, where would all the recommendations that we provided, Mr. Mishina? I know it was nuclear, and what else was in there? Long duration energy storage pilot. Sorry, I'm trailing off here.
Well, just to, I guess, circle back to the question, I mean, I believe my initial answer to Chairman Brawley's request was that I'd identified kind of the flow chart that Duke had provided in their testimony. And I think it would be acceptable to request them to complete that flow chart to say, this is how we plan to return system reliability. And I keep saying they haven't provided an updated reliability analysis on the new forecast. I mean, just with the ins and outs, there are 3.5 additional gigawatts of batteries by 2035. That very well might solve the SERVM loss of load expectation metric. I can't say whether it does or not, but that's one way you could go about solving it.
Thank you. I didn't hear you mention the word emissions. How has Duke provided updates on the emissions piece?
So with regards to the Encompass modeling, that is one variable that's in there. And I believe in my initial testimony, I provided the charts of how the emissions factor into it. And I mean, checking the new forecast they provided, it still meets the criteria It is an input in the model, and it is something we check to ensure that it is still meeting the 2050 target.
No further questions.
Before I recognize the next, I want to ask something of the interveners' attorneys. I've watched the discomfort of the witnesses as they're having to turn to see Mr. Smith. Could we reserve the third seat, the one next to Mr. Freeman, for the attorney that's questioning at the moment? Mr. Snowden, are you wanting to be recognized for questions on commissioner questions?
I am whenever it is my turn. I'm not sure if I'm next or if there's anybody else in before me, but yes, please.
Well, I'll tell you what, since you're there and you're going to give up the seat as soon as you're through, right?
Yes, I certainly
I'll
am.
go ahead. I'll go ahead and take you
Okay.
now.
Strategy. Excellent. So, Mr. Smith, you are finished, right? Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you. Ben Snowden for Microsoft. Mr. Mission and Mr. Metz, I'm following up on Commissioner Brawley's questions regarding modeling of the large load DSM program. And Mr. Mishna, I believe it was you that said that we used a price point to make large load dispatch or large load curtailment last in the dispatch model. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So as I understand it, you set the cost of large load curtailment in the model because it would make the model behave a certain way. Is that right?
Yes.
And could you explain how you came up with that cost?
We examined the cost of all the other inputs in the model and said, looking at the dispatch stack, how do we make this the resource of last resort?
So it's fair to say that that cost value you use does not correspond to any actual cost or rate that was approved by the commission, does it?
It is a modeling input that it was used to simulate the effect of something on the system.
Which aligned with what was in the ultimate ESA provisions. Within the ESA provisions, again, Mr. Thomas can speak to this detail. There's not a specific dollar amount that is assigned in there, and so to mimic the realities what are signed on paper, we included that as a reasonable proxy. Again, we didn't take this in isolation. We reviewed the impacts of it, and we thought they were reasonable at that point in time.
It encompasses an economic model. Everything has a cost assigned to it.
Understood that you need a cost assigned to it. My recollection from, I think it's Mr. Thomas's testimony, is that public staff took a DSM cost figure and just tacked on 50% to that. Is that consistent with your understanding?
Subject to check, yes.
Understood. But is it fair to say that that cost figure does not correspond to the actual cost of implementing large load curtailment, does it?
Not quite sure I'm following the cost to implement. Again, from a modeling perspective is you have generation resources that are added. You have traditional DSM measures. Here's the cost of unserved energy. Mr. Thomas can speak this in more detail to the extent that 50% buffering is. We tried to get somewhere up in here that we wanted to get way above the noise of being on the edge, but we needed to stay below the cost of unserved energy.
Understood. And you mentioned the cost of existing DSM measures being in the model, and you're able to do that because those other DSM programs have approved cost or compensation figures that are vetted by the commission. Is that right?
As my general understanding, yes, other witnesses would speak more, need to speak in more detail on the cost inputs that are included in there. But again, I think there's a large disconnect here is that what we modeled was not a DSM program. I know Mr. Michna referred to as how Duke characterized the overall program, but in terms of a modeling least cost system is that we called it the large load curtailment and had to assign a relative price point to see how the behavior would happen. And if it did happen, was it reasonable? And the impacts it would have on the overall system from a reliability and near-term action plan.
Mr. Metz, I understand that you all are just talking about modeling the system, but Mr. Mishna, you would agree that subject to check, you do refer to this as the large load DSM program 5 times in your testimony?
Subject to check.
Okay, thank you. And the cost figure associated was one that the public staff picked because it would make the model behave a certain way. Is that right?
I believe this has been asked and answered.
Okay. Understood. Is picking a cost figure for a resource in the model so as to make the model behave a certain way, normally how you establish cost inputs for individual resources in modeling?
So let me start out by answering the question is I don't agree with your characterization that we didn't pick a number to make the model behave a certain way. As I was described here to the commission on the rationale, and Mr. Thomas can give his perspective on it, on how you have to include a certain price point to reflect the behaviors of a least cost economic dispatch model, which aligned with the evaluation of the signed ESA contracts. Now, the clarifying the overall question and the premise behind it is, yes, other generation resources that we look at the input cost assumptions.
Understood. And would you agree that, well, I'll strike that. As I understand it, I understand there is a challenge in modeling this DSM program because there is not an approved or assigned cost figure for this particular program. Is that right?
Sorry, I'm going to object real quick. You keep calling this a DSM program, and I think the witnesses have said that that's not how they characterize it.
Again, Mr. Mishna calls this in his testimony a large load DSM program several times, so I'm just using his language. I can call it something else if that's helpful, but
can you point to me specific pages? Because I want, as we're sitting up here, and I know I'm not allowed to ask council questions, but there was some parts of the testimony that we referred to what Duke did, and then there was a transition into what the public staff did. I'm not saying that you're wrong, Mr. Snowden, but I think context of how you're drawing these connections would help us understand.
And I believe page 53, line 7 of my testimony, I say the large load DSM program in parentheses or in parentheticals, large load curtailment.
Okay.
yeah, and I'm sorry, we don't need to get wrapped up in nomenclature. I think we all understand what it is that you're modeling. And I'll ask the question with another term. There is not a cost assigned or that has been determined for large load curtailment under these ESAs. And so you didn't have a cost input to put into the model. Is that right?
Well, I mean, again, as we talked about, you would have to include something within the confines of the overall model. But the second connection there, no, there is not a specific strike price or dollar value that is within the overall ESA contracts. Or at least that's my understanding.
All right, thank you. Mr. Metz, in response to Commissioner Brawley's questions about modeling, you went on to say that weather in your model was normalized. Is that right?
Yes, Encompass does not take into account the variations that may occur. It is just a single load input point.
But it's also, is my understanding that's also Duke's modeling assumptions as well. It's not just public staff modeling assumptions.
Understood. And can you just briefly explain what weather normalization is in the model?
At a high level, I mean, it's a P50. It's the baseline kind of median day percentile. I mean, there's, P1 is the coldest day of the year in the winter. P9, or maybe I'm getting the P100 is the coldest day of the year. P1 is the mildest day. P50 is kind of meant to be just a average day. So it's not including the extremities, which CPIRP does take those into account.
Understood. So what I think I'm hearing you say is that weather normalization tends to remove or at least average the most extreme cold and hot days and create a more average day to model based on. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Would you agree that because of that weather normalization, a weather normalized model would tend to underrepresent the incidence of extreme weather events like periods of extremely hot or extremely cold weather?
That is part of the rationale of providing Duke with the information, and they provide the CPIRP analysis of that data. We consider we consider those values from multiple angles.
And I also believe that you testified that in your modeling through Encompass, the large load curtailment was only utilized in a very small number of hours throughout the modeling period. Is that right?
It was a single hour.
Or a fraction of the amount of resources that were included.
Can I just ask which commission question this relates to?
This was Commissioner Brawley's question about disagreement with Duke relating to how curtailment is modeled. I don't recall what specific follow-up question it was, but Mr. Metz testified that the weather was normalized and we only got an hour of curtailment in the model. Mr. Metz or Mr. Mishna, would you agree that periods of extreme hot or extreme cold weather tend to be those times when Duke has the greatest challenges meeting its load historically?
There are additional system stresses at those points in time, yes.
And would you agree that those periods of extreme hot or extreme cold weather, when Duke may be having stress on its system, are exactly the times when a large load curtailment program is most likely to be called on?
It is possible, yes, and through our analysis and our determination and our judgment, that to the extent of going down a hypothetical here, if the resource can be called on 10 times and only called on one, that means we left 9 in the bank to be called on during system stresses, and we thought that was reasonable based upon our judgment.
Would you agree
Mr.
that?
Snowden,
Yes, ma'am.
could I
Sorry, yes,
interrupt
sir.
you for a moment?
Yes, sir.
Because Ms. Lure raised a question about what question this was on.
Yes,
You
sir.
said it was one of mine.
Yes, sir.
And I didn't remember talking about curtailment, so I've gone back through the questions which were written out, and I didn't.
And apologies, I have my note here, and I didn't transcribe you verbatim, but I said that there was a disagreement with Duke that seems to relate to how curtailment is modeled and why are these curtailment provisions appropriate for planning purposes.
Well, I'm looking through it and I don't have the reason is there was a question about curtailment that I did not ask because it had already been pretty well railed out. So you're not asking questions on my question.
It is
So I think I'm going to sustain her
okay.
objection.
It's possible that Commissioner McKissick, I apologize. I only have my notes, which I make rather quickly. I can.
Who said curtailment? Did you?
I did.
You did. Okay.
Okay. My apologies, Commissioner McKissick, Commissioner Brawley. I am doing my best. Okay. And I have only one question remaining here. Thank you for keeping me honest. Mr. Metz or Mr. Mishna, given that the public staff's modeling did use weather normalization, which tends to underrepresent extreme hot or extreme cold periods, wouldn't you agree that the public staff's model most likely estimates the number of hours that a large load curtailment program would be called upon?
No, if you're looking at weather normalized, it did exactly what the intent was. Now, to the extent that we get into real world operations, I would say yes, further conversations would need to take place. But again, within the contract is my understanding that there's a set provisions that are signed. And to the extent that we modeled based upon our judgment and impacts the overall system, we thought 1 hour out of a very small fraction of the total megawatts left significant amount of calls left on to account for the extraneous situations and stress on the system. Mr. Mishna.
And in part, this is also why we use the Servant software to validate extremities, is that it is not just the only tool that we are looking at is the encompassed data in this modeling.
All right, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Mr. Somolofsky?
Good morning, Justin Somolowski on behalf of the North Carolina Sustainability Association. I was going to ask questions on Commissioner Brawley's question when you referenced the large load curtailment program. I'm not so certain anymore because 2 other interveners asked questions on it, but I'll take a shot.
Mr. Somolofsky, I'll go through this again, but I don't see that I asked a question about large load curtailment programs. I did ask some questions about MVST, about the questions about not approving RZEP, and I think
I believe I asked a question about ESAs and having curtailment provisions in ESAs if they were standardized. So I mean, there was a question raised.
Okay.
At a point in time where you might have caught that from the drift of my conversation.
Well,
I don't know, but I leave it at that.
Okay,
You're standing correct. Your earlier question that for modeling disagreement between two public staffs. Could you walk us through the public staff's decision to model those curtailment conditions? The question that I did ask was core modeling disagreement between Duke and the public staff seems to be around modeling of the curtailment provisions of Duke's ESAs. Could you walk us through public staff's decision to model those curtailment provisions and explain why public staff believes that treatment is appropriate for planning purposes? So yeah, that was one of the written questions, and I apologize to Mr. Snowden.
thank you, Chair. I just appreciate walking that through so that I'm actually following Commissioner rules and asking questions on Commissioner questions. So thank you. Mr. Metz, we have heard questions about the large load curtailment and how it was modeled. I do not want to go down the nomenclature debate again, but Mr. Mishna, in response to that question from Chair Brawley, you described it as a program of last resort to keep the lights on, correct?
Yes.
And to do that, you created an input that mimics a load reduction. And the reason that was done is because you wanted to see how such a program would affect resource selection and planning, correct?
Yes, and how the program would be dispatched in different periods.
And this is a planning docket. So looking at how these sorts of programs or inputs can affect modeling, it is then appropriate following a planning proceeding to go and find possible programs that can fill those same capabilities that the model identifies, correct?
I believe that'd be a fair assessment.
Okay. Thank you. I think Counsel for SIGFR and Counsel for Microsoft covered the rest of my line of questioning. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. Are there other questions on Commissioner questions? All right, Ms. Lure.
Chair Brown.
Oh.
A few from Duke, if there's none, if no other interveners have questions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Just two topics I wanted to explore based on this further testimony you've offered in response to Commissioner questions. So you would agree that this commission needs to follow the policy direction of the General Assembly, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And generally, it's your goal as well as public staff to make recommendations that are consistent with the policy directions of the General Assembly, correct?
But ultimately, in this plan, we looked at the requirements that are in law, and we, to our best extent possible, mimic those within the constraints of the model. So, yes.
And what policy direction has the General Assembly provided with respect to the need and the obligation for the utilities and this commission to plan for future load growth?
I do not have the explicit rule sitting here or law sitting here in front of me, but the high level takeaways, it's that we have a 2050 value, and then we need to maintain system reliability, and through traditional IRP processes, that it's done in a least cost manner, oversimplifying.
And so appreciate that. Are you also aware that the General Assembly has expressly directed this commission and utilities to plan for load growth in the state?
I'm sorry, was this in response to a commission question?
Yes, it is. It deals with some testimony that the witnesses have offered in response to questions from Commissioner Tucker around moratorium on large load customers, large load ESAs. So,
And can you repeat your question?
sure. You mentioned the General Assembly's direction to develop least cost plans. Are you also aware that the General Assembly has directed this commission and the utilities to plan for future load growth in the state?
So I think we need to be planning for load growth in the state, but we don't need to be planning for load growth at all costs. And we don't need to be planning for load growth to the extent that we have degraded overall reliability.
Okay. And so we're dealing here in this situation as we talk about large load customers and the moratorium you've suggested here with the intersection between reliability and the obligation that the General Assembly has given us to plan for future load growth. Do you agree with that?
I recommended an overall pause with the exceptions and to ensure that we're able to keep the lights on and we plan in a least cost manner.
And what I thought I heard you say, and please tell me if I heard this wrong, is that it would be the obligation of a customer to come to this commission and ask, a large load customer, and ask for the right to receive firm service. Did I understand that to be your testimony in response to the questions from counsel for Sigford?
I think I should do a better job of explaining that rationale. So thank you for that one. It is ultimately that the utility would need to come forward and explain their concern to the commission and wanting to sign the load. As we've had different dockets at different times of proceedings, I think it is helpful in the commission to understand the customer's perspective on why these potential modifications should also be had. But yes, I would agree that it's ultimately that the utility, which is standing for regulation.
And has the General Assembly provided us direction, has the General Assembly provided commission direction that says when we're at the intersection of reliability and serving future load growth, the answer is to slam the door shut or at least make it much more difficult for large load customers, economic development growth in the state versus rolling up your sleeves and solving the reliability issue with whatever resources and whatever solutions are available to solve that issue.
I guess in that analogy, I feel like Duke's putting weights in their waiter and going into the pond and just getting stuck. We're not moving forward with the resources in which y'all said you're going to move forward with, and yet we continue to sign load. So my recommendations stand in that in order to ensure system reliability, that we get a plan in place and we identified additional functions that need to be considered to ensure long-term least cost planning.
And have you assessed the economic impacts of your recommendation to pause economic development for large load customers in the state?
With the overall exception, it would be ensuring that the utility can keep the lights on, so therefore it should be de minimis.
Could you clarify that? I didn't follow that answer.
So with the exception that I recommended is that to the extent that a customer wants to decide over a certain threshold. So again, we talk about concepts of economic development going back to the confidential exhibit that I put out before. Just 1 second so I can do some math here. Subject to check, I have 23 customers. Again, this is the work papers from Duke and the rebuttal testimony. There's 23 customers. And the values that are greater than, let me do a little bit more math here. $14 of them would be less than the 100 megawatt threshold that are recommended for the commission. So those projects will continue to move forward and would not be hampered. It is the projects that are greater than, and which would be another requirement in which the utility would need to ensure that we maintain system reliability.
Okay, has the General Assembly provided policy direction that this commission or the utility should slow down efforts to serve load growth in the state?
My general understanding that the overarching requirement that is already in law, noting that I'm not an attorney, is that we maintain system reliability based upon Duke's analysis presented in the high load, I would say you degraded system reliability if we move forward with that execution.
Okay. And it's the obligation of the companies to explain the ways in which their plan will in fact maintain reliability given the executed ESAs that are in place at this time, correct?
That'd be correct, except again, your high load failed to maintain system reliability. You fell below the planning reserve margin.
In 2035, the plan failed reliability, correct?
Multiple aspects of it from the reserve margin. Again, I go to the table that's sitting, or the graph or illustration sitting in my Smith testimony, which for one utility, I believe it failed the summer, and the other utility, it failed the winter planning reserve margin. But again, as Mr. Mitchell talked about, there were other factors that also impacted our concerns and draw us to our conclusion on we need to start addressing system reliability.
Namely, the servo analysis, loss of load expectation results, and suggested possible future actions without a specific recommendation.
And I can't remember the exact number, so apologies to the commission, but going to a planning reserve margin of approximately 12, 13, 14% and 2030, 2031, going off memory here, those may not be the exact values, I consider unreasonable during the same time in which this utility has came in for the commission saying we need to be increasing our reserve margin from 17 to 22%, which is also compounded when we looked at the large load sensitivity that Duke put forward, or the large load assumptions, is that they slowed down the ability to maintain that planning reserve margin. When taking the look impacts to the numbers and analysis, I can understand why those rationales were made, just because we didn't have enough generation on the system to maintain a system planning reserve margin.
Okay, and your analysis around that, the reserve margin excluded the impacts of the large load curtailment tools that the companies have put in place for this very reason of maintaining reliability during the transition. Correct.
One second. Let me talk to Mr. Mitchell for 1 minute.
Just to clarify, I believe you're referring to the high load with the large load curtailment program as Duke defined it in its rebuttal testimony. And I believe from the data response that's been already submitted as an exhibit, it still failed the server reliability metric.
In 2035, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Last question, slightly different topic. Questions to you all about large load curtailment impact on modeling, and the methodological difference of opinion with respect to the company's perspective on how that should be used for modeling purposes, public staffs. With all that background, there being still somewhat of an outstanding methodological difference of approach with respect to how large load curtailment should be used in modeling. Putting that aside, the public staff is now aligned or has landed on the same set of NTAP recommendation resources, with the exception of Smith, for purposes of this proceeding, notwithstanding the fact that methodologically there's a difference of opinion on that issue, correct?
So at a very high level, generally, yes, with the caveats that we have included within our recommendations, and as well as the ones that we talked about briefly. And again, and with the natural gas generation resources, explicitly CC4 and 5, further discussions are needed to resolve the fuel supply. To the extent that we cannot solve for the fuel supply, we're going to have some severe challenges.
Okay. Thank you very much. No further questions.
Ms. Luer.
Just a couple of questions. So you had a discussion with Commissioner McKissick about a standard ESA. Is it the public staff's recommendation that any deviation from a standard ESA should be commission approved?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And how long have the conversations regarding a large load tariff been taking place in North Carolina?
So as we came here before the commission, I cannot recall the specific date, but I know as I set up here on this stand, sitting with my other colleagues, we were briefing the commission on large load tariffs or large load provisions and ESAs need to be taking place. I believe that was, I forget the time frame, but it's been at least 6 months.
It was October of 2025 was the 208 technical conference.
And so at least we've been bringing these concerns to the commission for, that'll be approximately 8 months, which means the conversations the public staff was seeing. Again, this kind of unfolded in real time is that when rewinding clock back to 2023, 24 is that there wasn't the magnitude that we were expecting. And so perhaps we collectively let our guard down a little bit. And then the end rush happened. We can do hindsight all day long, and I'm going to diverge away from going too far down that path. But as we sit here today, what's done is done. I think we have to have a serious conversation on what we need to do implement moving forward. And that is the conversations for the standardization of the ESA and the other revisions that are put forward.
Those are all the questions we have.
Okay. Gentlemen, I know that it breaks your heart, but you may leave the stand.
We'll see you back up here in about
back.
3 or 4 panels.
Okay. All right. Tell you what, we're getting close to lunch, but let's go ahead and swear your load panel in so they'll be ready to testify after lunch.
Thank you, Chairman Brawley. The public staff now calls Patrick Fahey and Jeff Thomas appearing as the load panel to the stand.
Do you have tent cards with your names?
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Trey Jeff.
Okay, if you will put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, yes.
Okay, Mr. Felling, you were witnesses.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Fahey, would you please state your name, business address, and current position for the record?
My name is Patrick Fahey. My business address is 430 North Salisbury.
Mr. Fahey, would you get closer to the microphone, please?
My name is Patrick Fahey. My business address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina, and I'm a public utilities regulatory analyst with the Energy Division of the Public Staff.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Would you please state your name, business address, and current position for the record?
Yes, my name is Jeff Thomas. I am the manager of the operations section of the Energy Division of the Public Staff, and my business address is 430 North Salisbury, Raleigh.
Mr. Fahey and Mr. Thomas, on March 30, 2026, did you both prepare and cause to be pre-filed direct joint testimony in this docket consisting of 62 pages, 2 appendices, and 2 confidential exhibits?
Yes.
Yes.
Did your testimony contain confidential information?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your pre-filed direct joint testimony?
No.
No.
If I were to ask you those same questions today while testifying from the witness stand, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Yes.
And lastly, did you both prepare and cause to be pre-filed on June 9th, 2026, a summary of your joint direct testimony in docket number E-100 sub 207A?
Yes.
Yes.
Chair Brawley, at this time, I would move the pre-filed joint testimony of Mr. Fahey and Mr. Thomas, appearing as the load panel, consisting of 62 pages, 2 appendices, and 2 confidential exhibits, along with the pre-filed summary of the joint direct testimony of Mr. Fahey and Mr. Thomas, into the record at the appropriate time as if given orally from the stand.
Okay, so we'll do that now. We will identify and move in or admit a direct testimony of Patrick Fahey, Jeff Thomas, of 62 pages, 2 appendices, 2 exhibits, including confidential information, originally filed on March 30, 2026, corrected on April 13, 2026, and witness summary as filed on June 9th, 2026.
And I'm sorry, Chairman, my colleague indicated, did you make a statement that the testimony had been corrected? I did not make a note of that. If I need to, I will.
If that is on the sheet, that the index that I have, is that information incorrect?
We can verify that, Chair, after the break, going into the break, we'd be happy to report back. I don't believe we filed a corrected version, although there's a lot of pieces of testimony that are floating around, so we can get you the answer and make the appropriate motion.
Well, sir, this has certainly been an interesting hearing so far. There's no reason it shouldn't continue to be so. So we'll correct this after the lunch break. Let's return at 1:30.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you all for your patience this morning. order and go on the record. So when we left, there was a question about whether or not there was corrected testimony. And I believe I was told what the situation was. There was some incorrect marking of confidentiality, and the notation in my records where it was corrected, that was the date that those confidentiality markings, but there was no change in the text.
That's correct, Chairman Brawley, and apologies for the confusion. And I have had the chance to refresh my recollection on that. You do have that correct. That was a correction filed April 13th, 2026. Thank you for that.
Well, Mr. Felling, I'm going to tell you, if that's the worst thing we have to deal with today, we're quite fortunate. So at this point, we will begin with cross-examination at the Attorney General's office.
Hello, Mr. Fahey, Mr. Thomas. We heard from Mr. Michna and Mr. Metz that you two would be the best witnesses to discuss what the public staff was able to do to vet Duke's updated load forecast. Can you speak about that, please?
Sure. So to keep in mind, there's been a limited amount that we have been able to do given the time available. In a brief review,
Would you get closer to the microphone, please?
in a brief review, we did have a notable concern, which is what Duke appears to have done. I believe they mentioned it earlier last week, is that they have updated the economic development or the large load portion of the forecast to reflect their spring 2026 economic development report, but they have not updated any other portion of the forecast. And that gives me a bit of a concern, because for several pages in my testimony, I referred to information they provided. It's all confidential on their fall forecasts, which they did not update their original filing to, nor did they use, as far as I'm aware, in their spring rebuttal load forecast update. That's my major concern that I've sort of found based on my limited review at this point.
Did the public staff have an opportunity to review individual ESAs as part of their evaluation of the rebuttal testimony?
We have reviewed some, but I don't know if I could say all of the ESAs. We've been rather busy with many other testimonies at this point.
No further questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Ivan Grid.
Good afternoon, Ben Smith for Avangrid Power LLC. I just have a few questions. Compound annual growth rate is a term of art that you all use in your testimony. Can you explain what that means?
So that would be, I'll skip the mathematical definition, but essentially it's the difference as a percentage between a number, say in 2025, and another number, say in 2030. And essentially it's a per year, the difference in the two numbers on a year-over-year basis. So if it was, say, 10 years, then the difference between the two numbers might be 10%. That could be 1% per year.
And the acronym you use in your testimony is CAGR, isn't that right?
Correct.
Mr. Fahey, you testified that DEC's Advancing Development Forecast reflects a CAGR of 3.2% for total system energy from 2026 to 2024, from 2026 to 2040, and DEP's reflects a CAGR of 2.2%, correct? I can point you to the line.
Page 17?
Page 18, line 6 through 8, I believe.
I'm seeing page 18 is the graphs, I think.
Maybe it's 1 second.
I think that, are you,
You're right, 17.
yeah, I see that.
And you further testified that DEC's energy sales CAGR is from 2027 to 2033 are 3.95%, and DEPs are 2.04% for the same period. And I believe that's on page 20, lines 3 through 7.
Yes,
And testified that Duke's current forecast growth rate is higher than any included in its IRPs over the last, at least the last 2 decades. Is that right?
as far as I'm aware, that is correct, yeah.
And to that, these growth rates have not been seen since at least the early 1980s from your research?
From my research, looking at several of the early IRPs, I believe I was comparing that to the growth rate, I want to say, of the 1982 IRP. I think there's a footnote that may state that.
And you acknowledge the relationship between the energy forecast and the peak forecast, saying it helps determine the optimal types of generation, such as baseload or peaking units, needed to serve the expected load at the least cost practicable. Is that correct?
And that is correct.
Given this growth in expected energy sales, would you agree the system will need substantial new baseload and intermediate generation resources, not merely peaking resources, to reliably serve this load?
I'm not testifying specifically to any sort of resource type, but I think in general, a particularly like a group of customers with a very high load factor, which is to say they're online consuming at a fairly constant rate, a large percentage of the time would drive the need for something like baseload generation.
Well, would you agree that renewable resources like solar and wind are among the resources that could serve energy needs on that intermediate basis that you were talking about, particularly given their ability to produce energy at high capacity factors during strained times like winter mornings or summer afternoons?
I'm afraid that I'm not testifying to any particular resource type. I'd keep it at the high level of a base load versus a peaking unit.
All right, moving on. Just 1 second. I'm trying to make sure I navigate around the confidential portions. So just bear with me. Okay. Going to page 58 of your testimony, beginning line 3.
Okay, I'm there.
Given your testimony that long lead time combined with large potential costs of the build out requires increased timeframes of financial planning, and that you recommend a more frequent load forecast update, and that's, I believe, at page 61, lines 17 and 18. Would you agree that if Duke's rebuttal testimony confirming that high amount of load growth, the commission should not delay action on procuring generation resources, particularly renewables, which have shorter lead times than some of the longer lead resources?
Can you just refresh you said page 50?
The first portion was page 58, lines 3 through 6, talking about the long lead time combined with the larger potential costs of build out requires increased timeframes of financial planning. Got that? And then the second portion is page, I believe, 61. I will make sure I'm not wrong. Beginning page line 18, the commission required Duke to provide an annual update to the load forecast outside of the CPIRP. Would you agree that it would make sense in concert with that load update to have generation planning updates that sort of allow an alignment of that load forecast with generation planning and updates as to long lead for resources?
I would think that, so given the great amount of uncertainty that we're having in load forecasts as of sort of recently, we definitely need to update very frequently. Now, as far as how that affects the timing of resources such as long lead time resources, I'm not really the right witness for that.
Okay. I guess I'll ask one more. We have a substantially changed, excuse me, I'll start over. Your last panel substantially changed, in my view, their testimony following Duke's rebuttal update. You all are taking the position that you're not changing your panel's testimony, despite the fact that your panel's testimony directly relates to the underlying changes that caused the last panel's testimony to change. Can you reconcile that?
I'll do my best. My testimony is, I try to focus as much as I can on the methodology of Duke's forecasting rather than the number itself as a result of these forecasts. And so because I'm focused on that method, a change following a particular method does not necessarily make anything that I state different exactly. It's more a focus on what are they, what are the assumptions that they're using as opposed to the results of using those assumptions.
No further questions for Avangrid.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. CCBA.
Afternoon, gentlemen.
Afternoon.
John Burns for CCBA. Mr. Smith just took out the first half of the first page of my outline, so I think we're in pretty good shape here. But just to clarify, you have not changed your testimony either as submitted back in March, other than that minor correction on April 13th. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so let's turn to your testimony, and I want to avoid breaking into confidential sessions. If in fact you need to respond to something that was confidential, please let us know. But I'm hoping to avoid it for all of our timetables. But on page 17, line 1 of your testimony. Are you there?
Yes.
Let me make sure I'm there. You are asked, please describe Duke's proposed CPIRP forecast as compared to its recent peak demand and energy sales forecast. See that?
Yes, I see that.
And you state in response that DEC's expected energy growth rates are approximately quadruple when compared to growth rates in 2022 before large load additions were included. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in DEP, you state that it's nearly triple at this point, right? At the time you testified.
At the time I testified, yes.
And that was before the most recent update from Duke in April. Is that right?
That was before the most recent update.
Do you have any idea of what the difference is now between the 2022 and the current April 2026 forecast?
I'm afraid that I haven't had the time to do the analysis to calculate those numbers.
But it would be more than what was reflected in your testimony in March.
Most likely, yes.
Okay.
The direction of the forecasts have gone upward.
Okay. After given that information, you summarize your response on page 20, lines 8 through 10, stating, quote, what happens in the next few years in terms of large customer development and loads is critical to system planning and must be monitored closely and updated regularly, correct?
Correct.
And you still stand by that?
Yes.
In response to the next question on that page on line 13, you state, comparing the 2022 carbon plan and 2023 CPIRP to historic actuals and weather normalized actuals for forecast error shows that Duke tended to overestimate sales, correct?
Correct.
And then you state that peak load estimates were below actuals. This is critical when considering that Duke's current estimates have increasing load factors and that recent historic forecasts are already overestimating growth. Did I read that correctly?
I believe you read that correct, yes.
And do you still stand by that testimony?
Yes, if you look at the graphs on page 21.
Yes, and again, please make sure you're speaking right into that mic. It's not that good. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you look at the graphs on page 21, you will see some of Duke's historic forecasts, and those are, I believe, in gigawatt hours.
Okay.
So that would be their sales forecasts.
And as I understand it now, we have an updated spring 2026 load forecast from Duke based on economic growth expectations that shows an even more robust and growing load growth forecast due to large load additions between now and like 2035. Is that right?
What Duke filed in their rebuttal does use an update of their large load economic development. Yes.
Do you still believe that even those estimates are overestimating growth as you testified about the previous estimate?
That gets into exactly, I'd say, what is included in the forecast versus what is included in the economic development update, and there is a little bit of a difference between the two. In general, I think it's on the high side of sort of the range of what might be reasonably expected.
And it's higher than it was in October of 2025.
Yes.
Okay. And as I draw from all of your testimony, that one of your concerns is that if we meet that forecast by constructing capital and fuel cost intensive generation, and the load does not materialize, we will have burdened ratepayers with under needed assets and higher than needed costs. Is that right?
That there's an assumption in there that those assets were built, completed, assumed, to be prudent, and then approved by this commission for recovery and rates. So that kind of has to happen in that intermediary. But in general, yes.
In general, yes. What I stated was a fair reading of your testimony.
Once you get through the intermediate points and sort of steps in the process, yes, again, this is why we have check and adjust.
Sure.
So we should theoretically catch that early, but it does exist. Yes, that's the potential.
Okay. And you move on in your testimony to talk about some econometric measures. And you testify on page 22, lines 15 through 17. Are you there?
Yes.
One concern is that Duke may be overestimating the amount of additional sales generated by large economic development in its forecast. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then turning to page 23 at line 19. You state, or you testify, you believe that economic development loads included in the advancing development forecast may be overstated. You said that again, correct?
Correct.
And you've not changed that testimony. That testimony stands.
It does, yes.
On page 27, lines 4 through 7. And I think in this part of your testimony, you're testifying about whether or not Duke has accurately taken into account the effect of higher rates on customer demand. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's fair.
And you testify on lines 4 through 7, ratepayer bills will continue to increase as Duke begins cost recovery of new generation assets and as other unanticipated costs such as storm recovery or initial underestimates of fuel costs potentially occur. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
And that's still your testimony?
Yes.
All right. Even outside of that immediate context of whether or not Duke has accurately taken into account the effect of higher rates on demand, it's true, isn't it, that if we begin cost recovery of new generation assets, and those generation assets bring the risk of fuel cost volatility, ratepayer bills will continue to increase.
I would say if any costs that are associated with new generation assets are in some way put into rates, then rates would increase.
And same with costs for fuel costs if they go up higher than expected.
That fuel costs are going to be whatever the fuel costs may be in terms of what fuel pricing may look like in the future. I didn't testify to that.
Okay. Now, there's a lot of conclusions we can draw from this, but isn't one of them that we should endeavor to build assets that do not incur increased risk of fuel price volatility for future ratepayers?
Again, I'm not testifying to specific types of assets. So I'm don't really, probably not the best person to ask that.
Mr. Thomas, can you address that?
Yeah, if I can just maybe add to that, I think the purpose of the IRP proceeding is to analyze things like the right type of generation to build to meet load at all times at the lowest cost. And in some cases, the answer to that question is going to be renewables, which are fuel-free and high capital costs. Those capital costs, the utility earns a return on those. And in some cases, those may be natural gas resources that have lower capital costs in some instances, but higher fuel costs, which are passed through. So I think it's really a mix, and I think there's certain analyses you can do to try to understand what the risk of fuel volatility is, but the IRP is really looking at that comprehensively and selecting a portfolio of resources, and then to look at that and say, let's move things from one category to the other to account for fuel risk. You have to understand what that cost is and then what the potential benefits are and the likelihood of them occurring.
Thank you. Do you also have to account for the risk of exposure to stranded assets in the event the load does not materialize?
Yeah, I think that's part of it. I think, models don't go out to the end of time. So, they do have a kind of a cutoff, but stranded assets is something the public staff has spoken about and the risk of been concerned about for some time in many different documents.
And in prior testimony, I think the preceding panel talked about that in response to questions from Commissioner Tucker about a time frame of the early 30s to the late 30s where load was going to be increasing and new generation is not necessarily online yet. Do you remember that? Were you here for that testimony?
Yes, generally.
Isn't speed to market something that we need to take into account when we're weighing which resources we should build so that we can help fill that gap?
When you say speed to market, you're saying
Rapidity of
fast you
construction.
can get connected. Yeah, certainly. I think the IRP planning takes that into account, right? It starts to, you build in a construction profile for a particular resource. When the first year it's accessible, start to incur costs ahead of that in-service date. And so that's all kind of taken care of in the model, how fast things can connect. But, we've seen, over the years that, the days of connecting a solar project in 2 or 3 years are effectively over, right? I think we're seeing in the RFPs these extended dates and extended times, and really lots of generation are suffering from that. So we have to balance that executability of the new resources that we're trying to build, how quickly we're going to allow load to grow and connect, right? And whether we grow load responsibly and in step with our generation, or whether we plow forward, as it were, with assigning as many new customers as we can. So I think we have to take all that into account. And that's some of the concerns witnesses, Metz and Mishna shared earlier.
And that's very fair summary. Thank you. But it would help then if we could reduce interconnection timelines to fix all of those issues, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
Okay. And by the same token, if we develop a way for large load customers to bring their own generation and capacity to the network to offset at least a portion of what their development imposes on the grid, we could also avoid some of those risks to ratepayers, couldn't we?
Well, I don't quite know what you mean when you say bring your own generation, because that phrase has taken on a lot of meaning nationally, right? Sometimes it's behind the meter generation. Sometimes it's a grid connected resource that's connected next door. Sometimes it's paying additional money or contributions in aid of construction to lower the risk or lower the price for other ratepayers. Hasn't really been clearly defined here, but what I do know is that to date, right, we have no indication that customers here, large customers here, are chomping at the bit to build their own gas plants. They're bringing in their backup diesel generators, but we have not seen, and I don't believe we've seen a lot of interest in customers bringing their own generation, paying for it wholeheartedly, right? And I think some of our testimony and other dockets show that those customers aren't necessarily even paying for their interconnection facilities. So I don't see right now that there's a venue for a lot of participation in some sort of build your own, bring your own generation. But certainly if they were doing that and willing to do that, and Duke was willing to offer them a venue to do that through the regulatory process, I think that would be great.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Yeah.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Christina Kress for SIGFR, for the record. Just a couple of questions for you. Were you all watching the proceeding when public staff witnesses Michna and Metz were on the stand?
Yes.
Yes.
And so you saw that witnesses Metz and Michna deferred several questions to specifically you, Mr. Thomas.
I did see that happen a few times, yes.
Okay. So just for the questions that were deferred, we'll pick back up with those. Can you explain why the public staff proposes to curtail large load customers but not residential customers?
Are you referring to our modeling decisions that we've made and recommended in my testimony?
In addition to the changes recommended to the ESAs regarding standardization of various provisions, including but not limited to curtailment.
Sure. So I'll start, and Witness Fay may have some to add. So just as an initial point, the testimony and other dockets that make some recommendations about the large load did not sponsor that testimony, so I'll answer the best I can. But in this proceeding, my testimony specifically talks about the modeling of large load curtailment associated with electric service agreements signed by customers that allow for mandatory curtailment for certain times of the year at certain quantities of capacity. And so our decision there was to say, look, this mandatory curtailment provision already exists, is already signed and executed by sophisticated parties. It is a tool for Duke to use, and we believe Duke should incorporate it into their system planning to a certain extent in order to understand what the impact of that change is. As for why we did not necessarily create a new program out of whole cloth to simulate residential curtailment, because there already are voluntary DSM programs, Power Share, Power Manager, I'm probably getting the names wrong, Energy Wise for homes. There are several hundred megawatts of those programs already included in Duke's energy modeling. So we did not seek to generate a new program. This large load curtailment provision that we have here is not new. It is simply, we took the ESAs that were signed and we put them in the model. So we were not necessarily going to go create a new mandatory residential curtailment program to put in the model out of whole cloth, right? I think that's just not something that we're grappling with. And the growth of residential customers certainly adds load to the forecast, but I think it's hard. I'll let Mr. Fay expand on this, but I think the scope and scale of the large load additions that'll be adding 400, 500, 1,000, 1,200 megawatts at a single location is significantly different than the kind of measured pace of growth of residential people that are moving here year over year and moving into new homes and new apartments. So that's hopefully that helps.
So for those customers who voluntarily negotiated ESAs that include a mandatory curtailment provision, you acknowledge that that was part of a negotiated give and take and was a bargain for term, correct?
Well, I was not in the room when those ESAs were negotiated or signed. Duke has seemed to indicate to us and to the commission that this is a provision that they put in to allow these large load customers to connect in the time frame that they wish to connect and before the generation resources that are designed for it are put into service, or in order just to assure system reliability. So who advocated for putting those provisions in the ESA is unclear, but I believe I heard some testimony from Duke earlier or maybe last week that said that all new ESAs over 100 megawatts would have this provision. And so I have no reason to understand that it's a negotiated term. It seems like Duke has imposed it for achieving the in-service dates that customer desires.
And just so we're clear, the customers who are being curtailed do not receive any kind of compensation or bill credit for that curtailment, correct?
I would argue that there's no direct financial compensation mechanism within the ESA, but I would argue that these customers are trying to come to North Carolina, presumably to make money, and an earlier interconnection date would presumably allow those customers to receive benefits, right? Without harming other customers or minimizing that harm to other customers. So yes, Duke doesn't pay them incentive. It's not a demand side management program as it's statutorily defined with net loss revenues and production PPI and the incentives, lost on the acronym, but PPI. But they do have some incentive to do this, to agree to the curtailment in order to achieve those interconnection timelines.
But you acknowledge that if mandatory curtailment is forced upon all new large load customers, regardless of whether there's a more expedient interconnection, then there no longer is any benefit to those large customers. And in fact, there's a real harm.
So I'm sorry, can you just restate what the question?
If mandatory curtailment is no longer an optional negotiated for provision in an ESA, but instead forced upon all new large load customers, there is no benefit or incentive or compensation, direct or otherwise, correct?
So I would say that large load customers, as we know, it's a kind of a national issue. And I think that large load customers come to North Carolina for a variety of reasons. But there are also 49 other states. And I assume that they come here because we offer benefits above and beyond what other states offer, even with the curtailment provisions. My understanding, my thought is that if a large load customer, that curtailment that they have contractually agreed to is too onerous, would impose costs in excess of their willingness to pay those costs, that they would not sign, or they would seek a later date or seek a different location or a different service provider. I understand that curtailment can be an inconvenience, certainly for large load customers. You have to switch on backup generation, perhaps. You have to, maybe shift work around to different locations. Totally understand that that may have a cost. But my understanding that this is being done to accommodate their requests is an agreement that Duke has incorporated into their ESAs to maintain system reliability. And if Duke has to end up shedding load because it doesn't have these tools in the toolbox, these customers might have their load shed during an EEA3 anyway, right? So if Duke can't shed load fast enough from distribution circuits. So that's something that I think is a risk either way, right?
And another risk is that North Carolina loses out on new economic development customers, correct?
I would say that it depends because those economic development customers are weighing their options. So they're going to be looking at potentially North Carolina, Georgia, South Carolina, Virginia, a lot of sort of central East Coast, and they're going to be looking at all of the potential benefits and costs of locating wherever they, in any region they might be considering. And it may be one factor, it may not be. It depends on the value that that customer associates with that factor in the sort of relevant field of all of the other factors, such as their construction costs and access to other forms of infrastructure like water or natural gas pipelines or highways or internet or what have you. So it could be a factor, but the scale of that factor relative to other factors is not really something we have investigated.
And if I can just add as well, I think the public staff we've advocated here, we want to see responsible load growth, and we want to maintain system reliability in the face of that load growth. If any burden on these large load customers that are bringing 100 city-sized loads that want immediate interconnection, if we say any burden or requirement or obligation that we place on them is going to drive away load, right? Taking that to its logical conclusion, we should just be connecting as much load as we can tomorrow, regardless of whether we have the ability to serve it or not, right? So we have to understand that you have to have an orderly progression of this load. We have to make sure we're building new generation and the interconnection facilities while still maintaining that system reliability. And if that means that sometimes a developer has to wait a couple extra years to connect, or that because they may have to agree to some terms around curtailment, I think if that's in support of a reliable system for other customers, then I think that's wholly appropriate. And we have seen, as Mr. Fahey, I think, has talked about, we have seen that some customers have walked away, right? We have had ESA customers, letter agreement customers who have walked away if we've decided that either this state isn't for them, or they couldn't get service fast enough, or someone else offered them a better deal. Does that mean that we're worse off for it now? I'm not sure. I think that certainly that is going to happen because North Carolina may just be one queue spot for a single customer. We have seen, that many customers go to multiple states and try to get into agreements and see which one's fastest, see where they can get the best terms. We want to make sure that we have that orderly load growth, that we maintain system reliability, and get customers that really want to come here without degrading system reliability for the existing customers that are here or for those future customers.
All else equal, you would acknowledge that mandatory curtailment is going to be less attractive for a new large load customer than no mandatory curtailment.
All else equal,
All else equal.
then I would assume that these customers would not want to, if they had a choice to not curtail or curtail, all else equal, then I would say they would probably not want to curtail. We've talked with many of these large load customers, and they've both simultaneously expressed a desire for firm load. They've also expressed a willingness or desire to be flexible to achieve faster interconnection times, and many have publicly promised to not impact or not harm existing ratepayers. So sometimes those things can be in conflict.
So all else equal, if they're choosing between two jurisdictions and one jurisdiction has mandatory curtailment and the other doesn't, you would acknowledge that the jurisdiction with no mandatory curtailment would be more attractive for a new large load customer, correct?
Yeah,
Chair, I think this is asked and answered at this point. This is a repeat of the question.
I agree, Mr. Felling.
I'll be happy to move on.
Thank you.
It's the public staff's view that its proposal to curtail large load customers, but provide firm service to residential customers complies with the North Carolina General Statute's prohibition against discrimination. Is that correct?
Chair, I'd also object to this question to the extent that it asks these witnesses who are not attorneys to reach a legal conclusion. But if, with that objection noted, if they're willing to answer in a non-legal opinion, I want to clear for the record that they cannot give an opinion on behalf of the public staff that reaches a legal conclusion.
Well, I would agree that is asking for a legal conclusion.
Would you agree, subject to check, that public staff witness Michna testified that the public staff has concerns of reliability degradation due to the updated load forecast that was included in Duke's rebuttal testimony?
I believe that is what he was testifying to, yes.
Does this mean that in the public staff's opinion, the commission should require large load customers to be curtailed even more than the public staff initially proposed?
I think we have recommended curtailment that is no more, no less than Duke has already entered into voluntary agreements with large load customers to implement. The commission, I believe, can make any decision it wants with respect to ESAs and curtailment and what type of programs and incentives might be offered for voluntary programs or changes to the DSME mechanism. I believe it's within the commission's purview to make any of those changes, but certainly we have not recommended anything that Duke is not already doing with these customers.
Thank you, Chair Brawley. I do have 3 questions that I believe will elicit confidential information, but I have reached the end of my non-confidential questions.
Okay, are you asking for a confidential session now to ask those questions?
Yes, sir. At the appropriate time, if that is now or at the end of the other party's cross, I will defer to you.
That's actually something I hadn't contemplated. Do you think there'll be other people that will have confidential questions? So we should just have one. Okay, so I think, all right, so at the end of this cross, we will hold a confidential session for everybody that's got confidential questions.
Thank you.
All right, and thank you, Mr. Neal, for letting me know that there would be. I'm assuming CEBA was not present.
I was not quick enough on the draw, Chair. I do.
Okay, well, I wasn't quick in calling either, so I'll tell you what, we'll share that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Just a few questions. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Scott Dunbar on behalf of SEBA. I just want to follow up on some responses you made in response to counsel for CSEBA, Mr. Burns, about there's, I believe you said, not a clear definition of what bring your own energy means in the industry. And you, I believe, said that you were not aware that there's strong interest in North Carolina from large customers in bring your own energy pathways. Is that correct? Was that your testimony?
Yes, essentially, we've asked about this and talked about this, and we just have not seen, outside of a few public statements, interest in this state in bring your own generation.
Okay. Other than the GSA Choice program, currently there's not actually a pathway that would allow large customers to bring additional generation to the Duke system, right? And I'm not talking about behind the meter. I'm talking about system generation that's paid for by large customers.
Other than the GSA Choice program, which allows customers to bring their own generation to the grid that are system resources, there are no other programs that allow that. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And are you familiar with SEBA's testimony in which SEBA proposed that the commission direct Duke to develop a clean customer tariff that would allow exactly that, namely that it would allow large customers to bring additional clean energy resources to the Duke system?
Are you referring to Mr. Levitus's testimony?
Yes, Mr. Levitus and
Yes.
Ms. Barua.
Yes, I'm familiar, and we sent some discovery on that. So yes, we.
Great, thank you. And so with respect to the question of, are customers actually interested in this sort of pathway in Carolina, or excuse me, in North Carolina? Are you aware, perhaps subject to check, that SEBA represents a membership of almost 400 large energy customers representing almost 38 trillion in market capitalization?
I'll take your word for it.
Thank you. And so you have no reason to doubt that SEBA is here in this docket on behalf of its members to tell the commission that large customers are in fact very interested in this sort of program and that they're willing to use their own capital to help bring new clean resources to the Duke system?
So I know that this is not my testimony, but I have spent countless hours working on the GSA program from its very infancy with 589 to its current iteration of GSA Choice. And I will say that it is very easy for a large customer to say, I want to bring my own generation, I want to pay for it. But once you get down and the rubber hits the road and you're in a stakeholder meeting and you're trying to decide things about additionality and how do you protect ratepayers from, large tech companies kind of getting the most cost competitive projects before they bid into the RFP at the detriment of other ratepayers. And once you start talking about timelines for interconnection and how to model those resources in the IRP and what do they displace in the future, once you get down to all that and trying to design a program that actually protects other customers while allowing that pathway, the answer gets a little more complicated. And certainly I have seen customers participate in GSA Choice. I believe certain avenues of the current GSA Choice subject to check have some subscribers. I think mostly it's on we're going to purchase the environmental attributes program. But what we have striven to as the public staff is to make sure that any program that allows customers to bring their own generation does not hurt other ratepayers by depriving them of cost-effective system resources or by clogging up the queue or allowing these customers to claim resource attributes that are not theirs. We had, I think, 9 months of debate and conversation about what additionality means and surplus. So certainly I think there's many customers that want to bring their own generation. It's getting them involved in the stakeholder process and getting a workable program that allows them that avenue in our current regulatory paradigm, right? You're not a market. You cannot have bilateral contracts. Everything's got to be sleeved through the franchise monopoly. And so that's the difficult part of it, is getting that down.
Thank you for that. My question was a little narrower, so I'll just try to narrow in a bit if you don't mind. I just wanted to confirm that you have no reason to doubt that there is demand for the sort of program that CEBA has asked the commission to direct Duke to develop.
Yes, I believe that there is some demand for that type of program, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. EDF.
Good afternoon again. Ben Smith for Environmental Defense Fund. Many of my questions have been asked, but I'm going to go through what I have left. Can you turn to your testimony on page 9? And here, talking about the Q3 2025 earnings call, you testified that Duke discussed the first 3 natural gas fired combined cycles proposed in the 2023 CPIRP, and that in that Q3 2025 earnings call presentation, natural gas generation, large loads customers, and load growth in the Carolinas were discussed. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you noted that Duke's Q4 2025 earnings call identified advanced construction of new generation as one of the 4 focus areas of 2026. And that was on, I believe, page 10, lines 13 to 15.
I believe I'm seeing that on page 9, but yes.
I have my page numbers messed up. All right, thank you. You note in footnote 29 that there is a under recovery for fuel costs in calendar year 2025 of 267.3 million. Is that right?
I mean, find footnote 29.
What
If I can
page is
direct the
that on,
witness
Mr.
to-
Smith? You
Sorry?
said footnote 29?
Yes, sir.
Is that on page 27?
Page 27. I'm sorry.
Yes, I have the under recovery for DEC in the calendar year 2025 is $267.3 million as of December 2025 monthly fuel report.
And I'm asking these questions, and please point me if it's not your testimony, point me to whose it is. But would you agree that if the load forecast materializes as projected and the system is built out primarily with that natural gas fired generation, ratepayers face costs such as capital costs and that ongoing fuel exposure, which we sort of see highlighted in that footnote, that's an ongoing concern for ratepayers?
I would say that I'm generally aware of natural gas fuel prices being volatile as far as the direct effect on types of generation and how that directly impacts prices in, say, PVRR or something is not something I've testified to.
Okay, thank you. And do you have any opinion as to who the witness would that be the thermal panel maybe?
Yes, I would believe the thermal panel would be appropriate.
Okay. Moving to page 46 of your testimony. I'm looking at table 2.
Yep.
Does Duke's rebuttal testimony impact any of what's contained in table 2, or do these numbers still hold up?
These numbers are based on the difference between the high load portfolio and the high load with curtailment submitted by Duke in its initial CPIRP. And those particular portfolios have not changed. So this table is not impacted.
So the advanced, what are we calling it? The advanced advancing development load in the rebuttal testimony, that forecast doesn't impact this table.
That would be it's kind of its own portfolio, the advancing portfolio. This is specifically the high load and the high load with large load curtailment. So those particular portfolios are what I analyzed. Anything that Duke has submitted since then is a different portfolio and would have to be analyzed differently.
Okay, so to sort of compare it to the current load forecast, you would need to update this table, is that right?
Probably. I mean, I know, let Mr. Fahey speak to about, I know Duke has kind of suggested and shown that the advancing load forecast that they're now looking at is very similar to the high load. So I think that this would be like directionally correct. But again, right, one thing that, if as the load grows up from these new signed DSAs, presumably more of those signed DSAs have those curtailment provisions and the savings might be different and bigger. And so, this is a proxy directionally, but this is based on Duke's kind of illustrative 1,000 megawatts of curtailable load.
So it's fair to say that, like everything else, directionally, this is probably still accurate, but you need to sharpen the pencils and do a little bit of diligence on the map to make sure that that's still right.
Yeah, I mean, this is accurate for what it is, an analysis of two portfolios that were submitted in the initial filing. But if you wanted a new analysis based on the new forecast and a new model with curtailment applied to that forecast, that would be more analysis.
All right, thank you. I just have a couple more questions, and then I do actually have two questions that will be part of the confidential session. You earlier referenced with respect to curtailment that some of the large load folks might use their own backup generation. What sorts of backup generation are you aware of that large load users use?
I believe it's generally type 2 diesel generators.
And type 2 diesel generators are carbon emitting, as far as you know?
Yes.
Okay, so it would be fair to say that to the extent a curtailment is used, it wouldn't necessarily be beneficial to reducing emissions from total electric use, but it might sort of give a lower number for Duke's overall emissions number. Is that right? I can ask it in a better way.
I mean, I think I get what you're getting at here. Yes, I think that those resources would likely not be counted towards Duke's total. I mean, I think a lot depends, but yes, it would help maintain system reliability and potentially, emit things from those generators that aren't counted towards Duke's totals.
Thank you. And Mr. Dunbar asked you some questions about bring your own energy programs. You recall that?
Yes.
You're aware that other states that have regulated monopoly utilities have bring your own energy programs?
I'm aware of some. I mean, Georgia has some. We look to them a lot. We have programs like that. GSA, GSA Choice, GSA. There's another one. There's been several iterations of GSA, and as far as I know, one is still there and open for enrollment.
But you can, I guess I'll distinguish between GSA and maybe some of the other programs out there in the sense that GSA is more of a financial mechanism and it isn't a direct one-for-one energy used, energy generated type program.
There's a pathway through GSA Choice, which allows a developer of a renewable energy project to contractually negotiate directly with a customer. And they can enter into a contract, a three-way contract essentially with Duke that allows them to pay directly the developer for the power produced and receive a bill credit at the avoided costs for the power produced on a one-to-one basis. So that program exists here today. It's commission approved.
Right. But I guess I'm asking for 24/7 electricity needs, there's no customer program in North Carolina right now, is there?
GSA Choice is not limited to solar. My understanding is it can be solar and battery, any other type of clean, firm power. So no, I think that option exists. It just has not penciled out for the customers that might have been interested in it.
No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Microsoft.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Ben Snowden here on behalf of Microsoft. I'd like to follow up on Mr. Dunbar's and Mr. Smith's lines of questions about the existing GSA choice program in North Carolina. And you mentioned that in your view, the GSA choice program has been maybe underutilized or has not been utilized by large load customers because it is not penciled for those customers. Is that right?
Well, I don't have the reason for every customer's withdrawal or decision not to join the GSA program. My assumption, my educated guess, is that they are doing it because it is not that the benefit they get from it, the being able to claim the use of renewable energy, is not worth the incremental cost or the trouble. So couldn't speak to why each one is not being used. But I also would note that I don't have the exact latest numbers. As I've said, we've had multiple kind of iterations of GSA Choice being the most recent one. And my understanding that a lot of the initial programs were subscribed, and then, we had tariffs and high prices, escalating prices, and some customers backed out. So can't speak exactly to the current status, but my understanding is there's still some customers that are sticking with the GSA program and are working through that process.
Yeah, thank you for that. And you're getting to what I like to talk about. The GSA program that we have now, the GSAC program, is based on is an evolution of the original GSA program that was developed under HB 589 back in, 2019 or so? Is that right?
Yes.
Chair Brawley,
Sorry.
at this time, this might be my fault for not objecting to these sort of lines of questions sooner, but we've let the door get wider and wider open on the topic of customer programs that are not directed in their pre-filed direct testimony. So I know that for the purposes of this proceeding, we've been trying to keep sort of questions and answers limited to the topics addressed by the witness's testimony. I'll defer to the commission on how you want to handle that, but at this point, just feel like we're getting further and further afield.
Mr. Snowden, do you want to be heard?
I frankly don't recall whether these gentlemen have discussed. Well, I'll say this. There's been a bit of discussion of bring your own generation programs in North Carolina. I don't frankly recall whether these witnesses talked about those in their testimony. If there are other witnesses that are better to discuss those with, I can talk about that with them. So I'm happy to move on from this.
Okay,
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to sustain his objection.
What?
Yeah.
Give me just a minute. I'll skip that part and go back to my original outline here. All right. So Mr. Fahey and Mr. Thomas, I'd like to direct you to page 37 and 38 of your direct testimony, where you testify about how Duke handles large loads additions in his forecasts.
Yep.
Are you with me?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. And starting on line 3, you testify that both DEP and DEC have a continuing heightened level of interest from large customers planning to locate in the Carolinas. Is that right? It's page 30.
Yes. Yes.
And then moving down to line 12, you testify that the magnitude of these additions of large load customers can help spread system fixed cost over more gigawatt hour sales, creating downward pressure on rates. Is that your testimony?
Correct. And the sentence following that is, however, the inability to retain those customer sales over a planning horizon in which incremental new generation is added to serve all system load may have detrimental consequences and could cause increases in customer rates. So there is a balance there.
Understood. Did you all hear Ms. Bowman, Duke's first witness, testify on the first day of this proceeding?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall that Ms. Bowman testified on cross by the public staff that Duke has a moment now that they can take advantage of to sign ESAs with large customers and reduce costs for all customers. Did you hear that testimony?
I did.
Now, I understand that the public staff has a number of concerns with large load customers, which we're discussing extensively. But would you agree with Ms. Bowman that there is at least an opportunity now to reduce costs to all ratepayers by adding large customers to the system if we do it right?
There's a lot of nuance in the if we do it right part of that. So there's a lot of ifs that go into this, and I think is there the potential for there to be a benefit to everyone? Yes. How likely that potential is requires on more or less everything to go perfectly right.
Yeah, and if I could just add too, I think, certainly the basic dynamic of new high load factor customers being added to a system that has the capacity to absorb them and serve them can put downward pressure on rates. But that question of, well, if I add a new large load customer, it'll put downward pressure on rates, that is not an infinitely true statement, right? There becomes a point where it is too expensive to meet that customer's need, where you start to run into scarcity pricing and outages and costs incurred on other customers, right? So yes, there is an opportunity if we do it right, but doing it right, part of doing it right is making sure that that load growth is managed responsibly. Because that argument, right, that I think Mr. Snowden is making, you could take that to the extreme and say, well, let's just add as much as we can, as fast as we can, because it's going to put downward pressure on rates. That's not quite true.
Understood. We cannot ride that train forever, but would you agree that if large customers are not added to the system, we do forego the potential benefits of spreading fixed cost to all customers?
Yes, if large load customers were not added to the system, that opportunity goes away, right? So that would be, I think, part of managing load growth responsibly, is making sure that we're getting the right customers here that we can meet, building the right generation, putting the right checks and balances in place to make sure that they can be served. So, yeah.
And to make sure that they stay around long enough that those fixed costs are spread over the correct time periods.
Understood. Thank you. I'd like to move on and talk about how the staff modeled curtailment. It's our favorite subject today. Would you agree that part of what the large load curtailment program does is to shift the timing of energy use of large load customers away from peak demand periods?
Is this just like a general question?
Yes.
Yeah. I can't speak to that because that would be an individual decision made by that large load customer, right? So if there's a large load customer, they get a notification to curtail, that they're going to have to curtail for 6 hours tomorrow morning. They might redirect some of that work, that the processing work that if it's a data center, they're going to redirect some of that processing work to other facilities, which is not a temporal shift. It's a geographic shift, right? To a space that has more capacity. They might decide that they don't have the ability to do that. So they will start up their generators to make sure that they keep running. And in that case, there's no shift of load. It's backup generation. Or they might decide to defer some of their compute to a later hour or turn off their cooling devices, and that might be a shift. So I mean, there's lots of different ways that a customer could respond to this, but it's not necessarily just a shift.
Well, Mr. Thomas, would you agree that the whole point of Duke issuing a curtailment instruction to a large load customer is to reduce load on the system during a peak load hour?
Yes, it is to reduce a load on the system at peak hour. And if that's achieved through shifting or temporally or geographically or some other method, backup generation, that's up to the customer.
Well, Mr. Thomas, I'd like to follow up on something you were just talking about with regard to how large load customers would comply with curtailment instructions under a large load curtailment program. I take it you would agree that, because I think you just said this, that some customers would or could comply with the curtailment instruction by reducing their actual usage of electricity. Is that right?
They could. Certainly they could move those compute tasks to another location, like I kind of said, but there's probably more options than I've described. But the ultimate purpose is the number of megawatt hours flowing into that customer's meter would be reduced one way or the other.
Understood. So for example, an AI data center that's used for training models could shift training load to another period of time or shift it to another data center that is located somewhere else off Duke's system. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yeah, those are two options I would imagine a data center would have.
Okay. But not all large load customers or not all data centers can reduce their usage in that way, can they?
Yeah, I mean, there are many other ways to shift load, like I said, right? So I've worked in, manufacturing plants before. You might have shifts come in and start a little later. You might send home certain product lines. You might shift your work around your days. You might not run certain intensive machines until a later time period. Like I said, lots of flexibility there, including to a certain extent on-site generation that those facilities may have access to. So.
Well, Mr. Thomas, I acknowledge that there are certainly a wide variety of, we'll start with industrial users, a wide variety of industrial users, some of which are able to reduce their product lines, shift their loads. But you would agree that not all industrial processes can be ramped up and down quickly to reduce their actual consumption of energy, can they?
What do you mean by quickly?
On a day's notice. Say, for example, a chemical plant or a petroleum refinery that has processes that cannot be ramped up and down very easily, cannot shift its electric load very easily, can it?
Chair, at this point, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. The witnesses and the purpose of their pre-filed direct testimony was to discuss the modeling of curtailment provisions that were contained within ESA agreements and what that would look like for once you model it. They did not testify to the operations of utility, various industrial, commercial, how that curtailment might occur. I think that's really sort of outside the purpose and intent of their testimony, and I think probably to a certain degree outside of their subject matter expertise. So this seems to be getting far afield of pre-filed direct testimony.
Chair Brawley,
Mr. Snowden, you want to be heard?
Yes, sir. I'll say two things. First, the public staff is doing modeling, and we are here to test both Duke's modeling and the public staff's modeling to see whether it is a realistic representation of how the system can be run in the future and whether it's a good basis for long-term planning. And second, the public staff, we can talk about this today, but their recommendation is not simply that the model incorporate existing ESAs that have curtailment in them, but that curtailment program be included as a baseline assumption for all ESAs going forward. So I'd like to test how realistic that is and what the implications of that would be for customers and for the system.
I'm going to give you a little leeway if you keep us out of chemical plants.
All right. I spent some time there, so it's been a while. I'll move away from chemical plants, petroleum refineries, and I will talk about data centers. You would agree, Mr. Phillips, that not all data centers are able to flex or shift their load by reducing computing tasks. Would you agree with that?
I can't speak to kind of the operational realities of each and every data center that might want to locate here. We have spoken with a few customers. There's some flexibility. Sometimes there's not. There's some ability to fire up new backup generators. I've visited a data center. My understanding is that they all are built with some sort of backup generation, which would allow them to disconnect from the grid without actually curtailing load. But yeah, I imagine that different data centers have different needs and different wants and different tasks that they're doing, and some may be more willing to be flexible than others. But that's about all I would know.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. And let's stick a pin in backup generation for just a minute and just talk about the flexibility of the actual load on the system. Would you agree that some data centers handle critical IT tasks that don't have the flexibility to just cease operations for a day or an hour?
Sure, Brawley. Again, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. The modeling was done on ESAs where the customer agreed that they could be curtailed as a provision of their service, and that the witnesses have testified that is what they modeled. So the hypothetical of whether future customers may or may not be able to be, curtail is not the subject matter of these witnesses' testimony.
Mr. Snowden?
If it's the case that these witnesses do not have a factual grounding for their assumption that all large load customer ESAs should have curtailability going forward, that's fine. But I'm trying to, I mean, if the public staff wants to acknowledge that that is not within their expertise or within the facts they've developed, that's fine. But what I'm trying to do is test those assumptions.
I think that that's not at all what we're arguing here. I think he's making an assumption that they're modeling ESAs that are existing in the future. Their testimony was they modeled existing ESAs. So if you'd like to ask a question about whether that includes all future ESAs as well, I think that would be the question for this panel. But hypothetical operation of future customers with maybe future ESAs is not where this panel went with their testimony.
Okay. I can ask those questions now, if that would be helpful to establish a foundation for this.
Okay. Okay, but tread lightly.
Okay, understood, sir. So let's talk about modeling. I directed at page 48, lines 7 through 12 of your testimony.
I'm here.
And you testify that due to a near-term resource planning sensitivities related to the timing of new resource availability and planned increases to our planning reserve margins, Duke Energy has recently incorporated a temporary curtailment provision into new electric service agreements to provide operational flexibility until new resources are placed into service. Do you see that?
Yes, and I would just note that that is actually a quote. It should be block indented, but that's a quote from as stated by Duke Energy on September 4th, 2025, and that was from Duke Energy's reply comments about September 4th in docket E-100 sub 208. So that's.
Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you for clarifying that. But as Duke describes it, these are temporary curtailment provisions. Is that right?
As Duke describes it, and as I understand it, yes, they are temporary curtailment provisions, but depending on the ESAs can be different. Some are extendable, shortenable, stuff like that. So that's kind of, but yes, it is designed, as Duke states, to be temporary.
And then you go on to recommend, starting with line 14, that Duke incorporate the LLC curtailment provisions within its base portfolio and consider its impact on the appropriate NTAP, and that the commission order DEC and DEP to incorporate these modeling provisions with updated eligibility data as base assumptions in future CPIRPs. Is that your testimony?
Yes, and all I'm saying there is when Duke comes in with their CPIRP, if they have all these ESAs, if they have ESAs with curtailment, that they incorporate that curtailment, those curtailment provisions as agreed to in the ESA into their CPIRP modeling. And again, I want to see this as part of the base program. We can run sensitivities without it. And again, as Duke has shown in this CPIRP, is that what the model spits out is not always what goes in the NTAP, right? We have to be flexible. We're looking at different assumptions, but having the curtailment in here, is going to give us a baseline of where we can be, and then we're going to look at other provisions. What happens if load growth is higher, whatever interconnection is slower, and we might modify that NTAP a little bit, from that pure economic selection. So I just want to see the agreements that Duke has incorporated in the model.
Mr. Thomas, what does updated eligibility data mean? Does it mean that the public staff would, well, strike that. I take it from prior discussion that when you say updated eligibility data here, you mean that these these curtailment provisions should be assumed or incorporated in all ESAs going forward?
No, I don't think we make that particular recommendation. I think what I'm trying to say here is that we incorporate the modeling provisions with data around who's participating in this, what their curtailment provisions are. Is it 50% for 100 hours or 95% for 50 hours, what types of customers they are, what their load factor is, making sure that those are incorporated in. So kind of eligibility is like the universe of customers that have signed these ESAs or are presumed to sign these ESAs, right? If Duke's standard is that future customers will be, Duke has said we are incorporating these provisions. Maybe right now they might be a certain number of years temporary. Maybe in the future they'll be longer. Want to make sure that that is reflected in Duke's modeling. Maybe there's Duke has said we are putting this in all of our future ESAs over 100 megawatts. What happens if that changes? That threshold might change. Maybe Duke has certain exceptions in the future. But if Duke's position is that we're going to put this provision in all ESAs, then I would also assume that projects in the letter agreement stage that have their load reflected in the forecast would also have some curtailability assumptions in their provision, even though they have not yet signed an ESA. So I'm really just trying to make sure that the modeling reflects reality to the greatest extent possible around these large load curtailment provisions.
Mr. Thomas, is it the public staff's view that in the absence of a commission-approved DSM program, Duke has the authority to require all new large load customers to accept mandatory curtailment as a condition of doing business in Duke's service territory?
Well, I mean, the provisions are already, these curtailment provisions are already in ESAs that are being signed. So I'm not an attorney, but I believe those agreements are legal. And to my knowledge, no one has challenged them as illegal or ruled on their illegality. So,
and Mr. Thomas, I want to be clear. I am not taking issue with the public staff's desire to model existing ESAs with curtailment provisions. Please don't misunderstand what I'm asking about. I'm trying to probe the assumption that all future ESAs will have those, just to be clear. I do want to ask a clarifying question though. With regard to existing ESAs, the public staff's modeling reflects curtailment only for those large load customers whose ESAs actually have curtailment provisions. Is that right?
Yes, kind of as described in my testimony, we went through ESAs and looked for those with curtailment provisions and then incorporated those into our modeling data set. But again, I'm not testifying here that all future ESAs need to have these curtailment provisions. That is what Duke is saying, right? Duke is saying we are incorporating this to maintain system reliability, to get this load online and meet the dates that it's requesting. So we are just trying to make sure that that's incorporated. And I think to the extent that, we support that, I think we support efforts to responsibly manage our load growth and maintain system reliability. And if that means that certain customers over a certain size are required to have some sort of curtailment or flexibility provisions, I don't necessarily see that is a major problem.
So the public staff's modeling, just to be clear, did not assume curtailability of large load customers whose ESAs do not have the curtailability provisions. Is that right?
We did not.
Okay, thank
There are
you.
some, yes, yeah, we did not.
Right. I'd like to talk briefly about how you model the cost of curtailment in the public staff's model. And I'd like to direct your attention to page 51. I talked a little bit about this with Mr. Metz, but Mr. Metz deferred the more granular questions to you. On page 51, you state that to provide a cost for utilization of this DSM program in the model, you took the cost of other DSM programs and put on a 50% adder in recognition of the likelihood that Duke would treat this as a last resort in an emergency. Is that right?
I don't see where I said utilization costs. Really, this is what I say is that it's not a typical DSM program. Duke is not going to call on this on an economic basis as it does with some programs, but would rather utilize this as a last resort. And so it's not an attempt to capture the utilization costs or anything like that associated with this program.
Yes, as you say, you pick this cost amount to ensure that in the model, these programs would be utilized as a last resort curtailment in an emergency. Is that correct?
Yes, so that like the dispatch cost adder, for example, in Encompass, it's not the same as like a energy cost or a fuel cost. It is literally in the manual, it's telling you that this is the type of adder you might do. The example it gives is like if you want to discourage starts and stops of a particular resource, you might add a cost adder to incentivize the model to wait to turn it on until it's really needed. And so the way that the model works, right, is it has a dispatch stack and it starts kind of at the cheapest resources and works up that stack according to minimum run times and energy limits and things. And so Duke has a whole host of DSM programs that are already in there that have a dispatch bid adder at a certain price. It's called a strike price. And it's generally below the cost of unserved energy, right? Because you want the model as it goes up that stack, you don't want it to run into load shed before it runs into your demand response programs. So you have the cost of load shed is high, cost of its standard DSM programs is lower. So what I've done is simply say that this is not going to be dispatched on parity with these other DSM programs. It is a last resort. So I'm going to increase that dispatch cost adder so that the model, as it's marching up that stack, is going to deploy every single one of its DSM programs that it can before it triggers these large load curtailment programs. And then it's going to trigger the large load curtailment programs as the last thing it does before it starts to shed load. As we've seen in the modeling and witness Mishna has testified to, there are many runs that we've seen from Duke in this that have energy not served, right? Which comes at a cost, which means it ran all the way through all those programs. Every available generator was turned on and it still could not meet load. And so that's all that this is. It shouldn't be thought of as like, this is the cost to these customers. This is the cost to the system of these programs. It is simply a modeling mechanism to make sure that this program is only dispatched at certain times and points according to all its other constraints.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Did the public staff do any analysis of the cost of large load curtailment to large load customers?
No, we did not. We, again, reflected the cost of the ESAs that Duke had already signed. And much like when we see energy not served in the model, we don't go out and use the interruption cost estimator to say, what would this cost be to these customers, right? It's kind of an external to the model cost and something that's used kind of in different contexts. So as already testified, acknowledge that it can cause hurdles and inconveniences for these large load customers, but ultimately the model isn't considering that. It's considering just deploying this program limited times, and we saw it really deployed very infrequently to maintain system reliability.
So now you would acknowledge that it is not free for large load customers to comply with curtailment instructions. Is that fair?
I would acknowledge that, yeah.
Right. Has the public staff investigated the potential impact on large load customers' business operations of complying with curtailment provisions?
We have spoken with many large load customers in this docket. I wouldn't say we've done a formal analysis of what the cost is, what the willingness to pay is, right? We've seen the interruption cost estimate calculator. I understand that from some of Duke's cost benefit analyses for reliability programs and other dockets, outages can be expensive if they happen suddenly and unexpectedly. I think this is a little bit different. There's quite a warning time and some notice that's given before any type of curtailment. So I imagine that reduces the costs. But again, I just would point to, nationally, this conversation that we're all having about data centers. We're really kind of on the cusp of this, this breaking wave. I've heard over and over again public statements to the tune of load flexibility, load flexibility, load flexibility. And I think that these companies are obviously finding financial benefit to these data centers and these facilities. And if they have signed an ESA that requires them to mandatory curtail at certain times, those are sophisticated actors who have done the analysis, done the math, and said the cost of complying with this curtailment measure is less than the benefit we get from setting up this factory or this data center or whatever it is. And I am not going to, it's not my role to question the decisions, the cost benefit analysis performed by these customers who have entered into these arrangements. I have to assume that they understand how their own business works and are willing to make that decision.
Mr. Thomas, what would you say about a customer who does not strike that? Again, I am not trying to unpack your assumptions about existing large load customer ESAs. Is it your expectation that all large load customers would make the same decision going forward? And if so, what's your basis for that?
The
that
same
assumption?
decision with respect to.
To signing an
curtailment?
ESA with mandatory large load curtailment.
Oh, I don't think these customers are going to make the same decision. I'm can't speak to this, but I'm sure that there are some customers who have looked at the ESA and said no thanks, and or tried to negotiate it away during that period where it wasn't kind of standard in the offering, right? These customers are all going to make their own decision based on their own specific inputs and their own specific operations and their own revenue streams and their own costs, right? So that is their choice and their option. And I think we just want to make sure in this proceeding and carbon plan that whatever choices those customers are making are reflected in the modeling and provide more influence to the near-term action plan than an informational summary that gets 100 words in the entire file, right? I want to see it more focused, more centered, and more impactful on the needs for new generation to make sure that we manage this load responsibly.
Mr. Thomas, is it your view that a large load customer that does not want to agree to mandatory large load curtailment can simply go do business in another state?
Well, I think that my understanding is that the ESA, as it is, Duke has made the decision to incorporate the mandatory curtailment for certain large load customers above a certain size. So from my understanding, that seems to be something that many of these customers are finding agreeable. If they cannot bear the cost of that curtailment, I'm sure there is some avenue for negotiation with Duke. Again, I'm not in the room where their large load managers are discussing this with these customers, but I would assume that there's some flexibility, some avenue for working things out. If a 101 megawatt hospital wanted to open up in a rural county in North Carolina, I would assume that Duke would figure out a way to exempt them from mandatory curtailment. But again.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Chair Broadley, if you'll give me just one moment, I think I'm done, but I just want to review.
Well, I'm going to take a pause regardless.
Okay, yes, sir.
Because we've been here an hour and a half and I tend to respect my.
Understood?
Yeah, so 10 minutes and we'll be back. And go back on the record. Mr. Felly, I think before we broke for lunch, when I was discussing admitting the testimony from your panel, and the question came up about the corrected, we never actually had a motion to move it in, to admit it to the record.
I'd be happy to make that motion if.
So let's do it now.
All right, thank you, Chair. I move that the pre-filed joint testimony of Mr. Fahey and Mr. Thomas as corrected, consisting of 62 pages, 2 appendices, and 2 confidential exhibits, along with the pre-filed summary of the joint direct testimony of Mr. Fahey and Mr. Thomas, be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand at the appropriate time.
Okay, these were previously identified. They are now admitted. Mr. Snowden, I understand that, have you completed your questions?
Chair Brawley, I have completed all my non-confidential questions. I may have 1 or 2 confidential questions, but I'll hold those till we go into confidential session.
Okay, you've got your reservation.
Chairman, if I could briefly interrupt.
Yes, sir.
We'll be putting up the thermal resources panel. The public staff will be putting up the thermal resources panel probably tomorrow. One of the members of that panel has had a medical issue, and we'll be making a motion to have them excused. I'm glad to explain the medical issue in further detail, but I prefer not to do it in an open session. And so at this point, and we can put this in writing after, but it would be after 5 o'clock today. We'd like to make a motion that Evan Lawrence be excused from the thermal panel. It won't change that panel's ability to answer the testimony. We've also have a pending motion for Mr. Metz to be substituted in for Mr. Jordan on that panel. And so it would still be, okay, it'd be Mr. Michna and Mr. Metz would be the only 2 witnesses instead of Mr. Lawrence being the 3rd witness.
Mr. Freeman, do you want an opportunity to consult with the other attorneys and reassure them as to the reasons, and then we rule on this in the morning?
That is a fine idea, and I'll circulate an email tonight. Thank you so much, Chair.
All right, let's do that. Are there any other issues we need to address before Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chair Brawley. David Neal for SACE et al. Good afternoon, gentlemen. As I was coming up here, I noticed the Elmo has the state seal up on the monitor. Are you familiar with the state motto that's listed in Latin on the seal?
Yes, maybe.
Do you know what esse quam videre means?
I do not.
It means to be rather than to seem. And if I say that to set the stage, that I hope we can have a discussion today about what is in the load forecast and what it seems to be. You testify, Mr. Fahey, at page 23, lines 3 through 6. The size and scale of service demands drive DEC and DEP to continue to make explicit forecast adjustments outside of their traditional econometric models, which introduces greater subjectivity to the forecast. Is that still your testimony?
Yes, it is.
And we're going to discuss how that subjectivity may be showing up, but you continue on that page at lines 19 through 21 and answer the question, do you agree with the sales volumes that Duke includes in its advancing development forecasts? You answer not entirely. I believe the economic development project loads included in the advancing development forecast may be overstated for several reasons. You would agree that as the next part of your testimony elaborates on those reasons, correct?
Correct.
And you express some of those have confidential markings. You don't need to read those into the record, but so the first one related to changes in customer forecast between the 2023 supplemental planning analysis and the proposed filing in this docket, correct?
Correct.
And then next, you expressed concern about Duke not explicitly addressing delays in projects at page 24, lines 3 through 6.
Yes.
And again, you had more specific concerns that were marked confidential. And then at page 24, lines 6 through 8, you testify that the base forecast has greatly increased its growth rate since the 2023 CPIRP, likely resulting in double counting of some projected industrial growth.
That is correct.
Now, to follow up on that last point, is your concern that some of the economic development or large load customers that Duke has added to its base forecast may already be captured in the underlying econometric data supplied by Moody's?
There is the potential for that. Yes.
And you would agree one reason why Duke obtains that economic forecast from a third party is to account for macroeconomic changes that could be driving load growth?
That is correct. When you're looking at something from a macroeconomic level versus when you're looking at something from an individual customer level, it's not clear when something is included within one series and not necessarily included in on a per customer basis. Do the macroeconomics include a particular customer is not really a thing you can very easily determine.
And you would agree that Duke made the decision to add potential large load customers beginning in 2023, and that Duke gave a reason for that, saying that they were experiencing unprecedented large customer growth at that time.
Yes.
And you would expect an economic or an econometric forecast that's worth its salt to catch up to those trends by now, 3 years later, wouldn't you?
I don't know. I don't know if it would completely catch up. It would certainly change and be greater than it was previously, in that it has picked up that there is this sort of macroeconomic shift that has happened. Now, how the development has happened, if it sort of moved to a greater level, which was then constant, the macroeconomics would likely do a pretty good job of capturing that. If it moved to a greater level but continued to increase, the econometrics may still fall a little bit short.
And you would agree that Duke is counting the full contract load of an ESA in its advancing development forecast?
Yes.
And so one way that there could be double counting is if some element of projects like the one represented by that ESA are in the econometric forecast, you're essentially double counting it.
Correct. Now, how much in terms of megawatts, is collected from that high-level econometric forecast and how much is directly added from the customer, we would understand that the customer gives its expectation as of the ESA, but how many of those megawatts are captured based on the econometrics is not an easy to define thing. So the level of double counting would be less than the total of what is in that ESA.
And you would agree that Duke counts 75% of the full load of what's represented in letter agreements and its advancing development forecast.
Correct.
And so again, to the extent any of the projects in those letter agreements were already accounted for in that econometric forecast, by counting 75% of that full load, you're increasing the chances of double count.
Yes.
Now next at page 24, line 9, you express concerns with Duke, including sales that are not tied to any specific customer as part of its advancing development forecast. And is it correct that that concern is tied to Duke's inclusion of about 2,000 megawatts of demand out to 2040 in Duke's base forecast to account for what they say is about 40% of mid-stage pipeline projects?
That is correct. It is my understanding that that's the primary difference between what Duke filed originally as their advancing development forecast and what they filed as their moderate development forecast. That is really just that additional megawatts that they expect. They had talks with customers too. Those customers are uncertain, but Duke knows that they exist or may exist.
And you also testified that recent experience in other jurisdictions like Ohio shows that the imposition of significant financial costs on potential large load customers, quote, greatly reduces the more speculative load requests, and that's at page 25, lines 3 through 5.
Yes.
And so that's one reason why you were concerned about that additional 2,000 megawatts of demand showing up out to 2040 from those less firm mid-stage pipeline projects.
Yes. I think and to clarify, Duke doesn't simply add 2,000 megawatts. They do ramp it in over a period of a decade. And so there's, again, the uncertainty of, well, is that ramp rate that doesn't reflect necessarily any particular customer's ramp rate versus the rest of the customers within the large load adjustment are dealt with on an individual customer basis.
And I'm trying to organize my questions to keep the confidential to the end. So in part of preparing your testimony, you've scrutinized Duke's updated load forecast beyond what was included in the October filing. So you've also looked at the April 15th, 2026 spring large load update?
Yes, I have. I would also add to that through data request did investigate some of the forecasts that Duke did in the fall. They are confidential as marked by Duke, but I do discuss them on several pages of my testimony. I believe that's starting on page 30.
And you also have taken into account the additional ESAs that were entered into by Duke as referenced in Duke's load panel rebuttal testimony of Stillman, Tate, and Pasty, filed on May 14th.
Having a limited ability to review that, I've not necessarily been able to give that the full rigor of my investigation that was done as through March 30th. So if I may miss some things within that, given the lack of time.
And you heard, I think you've already testified that you did hear the testimony of Mr. Mishna and Mr. Metz. So you heard his statement that the public staff was, quote, unable to fully investigate this updated forecast. I added updated, sorry. This forecast with the level of depth and rigor that our expert witnesses did between October 1st, 2025 and March 30th, 2026. Is that what you just said, referring to that statement?
Yes, it is.
And you would also agree that it was the updated ESAs or the updated load forecast information between April and the filing of Duke's rebuttal in May 14th that caused the public staff to upend its recommendations to the commission or change its recommendations to the commission.
I would say that was a factor, but it was not limited to that factor. If you were to look at their rebuttal testimony, I'd have to find the page number. Give me a moment. So on page 6.
And I'm sorry to interrupt you, but whose testimony are you referring to?
Yes, this is Duke's rebuttal testimony of Stillman, Tate, and Pasty. So I would note another portion of this is on page 6, line 20. They state that since filing the spring 2026 large load report, the companies have executed additional ESAs totaling more than 2,600 megawatts, further underscoring the continued strength and progression of projects in the large load pipeline. So as my understanding, and again, this is limited, I have not had the chance to do the research, but I'm not sure if that additional 2,600 megawatts of ESAs is necessarily even reflected within the rebuttal update. It may be, it may not be. I have not been able to verify it yet.
And well, I'll hold that till I have a question about that I'll hold to confidential session. So staying there, at the time of the April 15th large load update filed with this commission, you would agree that Duke identified 16 large load ESAs that totaled about 4,300 megawatts of load?
They did identify it, yes.
And you agree that that approximately 4,300 megawatt figure is projected out to about 2035 or 2036. Like that's not load that's showing up tomorrow, correct?
My understanding is that is 2035.
And then you have a question about whether the 2,600 megawatts in executed ESAs, your question is how that shows up in their load forecast?
That is correct. I have not had the time to analyze whether or not the addition after that spring update was reflected in the forecast in which they included in their rebuttal.
And you would agree that according to the direct testimony of Duke witnesses Stillman and Tate and Pasty, that it was their testimony on the stand that only 6 of the I don't know if it's 19 or 20, whatever the large load customer ESAs are that combined that we just talked about, include the provisions that were imposed on customers with over 100 megawatts since September of 2025.
I'm sorry, I'd have to double check and find that testimony to make sure there's a lot of
subject to check. It was in a question I asked on commissioner questions from the stand. So, but it'll speak for itself. And well, maybe a better question is that based on your review of the ESAs, you would agree that of all the ESAs, not just those 6 or whatever number that was, that there's been variations in the terms and conditions in those agreements.
Yes, there have been many variations in the terms and conditions within ESAs.
And because those ESAs have different terms and conditions, you'd agree that there could be variations in what is required before a potential large load customer exits early from coming into service.
There may be. There's many variations in the ESAs. I cannot speak to anything in particular. And this is, I think, a good reason to create at least a standard ESA or a standard format in which we can identify and allow us to sort of, for purposes of planning, accurately represent what a large load customer has committed to do.
And Mr. Thomas, before I got up here in response to questions on cross, you referenced public staff's recommendations in the pending Duke Energy Carolina's rate case regarding large load customers. Just at a high level, you would agree that one of the concerns public staff has in those cases is the potential for cross subsidization under current service regulations regarding when specific customers have to pay for dedicated facilities that are built to serve those customers?
Yes, we have raised those concerns, yes.
And it could be relevant here because if the commission adopted your recommendations there, that could affect what it costs those large load customers to come onto the system. It could affect the economics of those projects. And yes?
You're asking if the recommendations we made in the MYRP could affect the customer load forecast in the CPIRP? Is that
going forward? Yes.
Certainly it could, I think.
At this point, I am going to, Chair Brawley, I'm going to ask to mark a confidential exhibit, and I've cleared with Duke some foundational questions I can ask about this document without going into confidential session, and then we'll hold the ones that take us into confidential session later. And this is, let's see, make sure I've got the right number. It is SACE et al. Potential redirect. So it's the second notebook. Confidential potential redirect exhibit 18, which is Duke's confidential response to DEC DEP second supplemental public staff data request 6-20 in this docket. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
Okay, and again, I'm just, at this time, Chair Brawley, I would ask that SACE et al. Potential redirect exhibit number 18 be marked as SACE et al. Cross Fahey and Thomas direct confidential exhibit 1.
Your potential redirect exam exhibit 18 will be identified as SACE, Cross, Fady, and Thomas confidential direct exhibit 1.
Thank you, Chair Brawley. Are you familiar with this data request response?
Yes.
And again, I have some foundational questions that won't take us into confidential session, but so be careful to answer them without revealing confidential information. You would agree that in this confidential response, Duke assigned each potential large load customer a unique identifier and then provided a project by project progression of each of those anonymously identified projects in different tabs, starting with the supplemental planning analysis from the last CPIRP in January 2024. And again, I apologize, the Excel tabs names didn't come through when it turned into a PDF to create an exhibit. But so when we submit the Excel version under seal to the commission, we'll be sure that those tab labels are there in the Excel spreadsheet. But that starts on page 5 of the PDF, the spring 2025 update. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And that you would agree that the next tab would cover the fall 2025 update? I'm sorry, the spring 2025 update on page 7 of the PDF, followed by the fall 2025 update on page 9 and the spring 2026 update on page 13.
I believe that is how this Excel sheet is organized. Yes.
And so with that information, you could tally up the projects for which Duke hasn't executed electric service agreement, at least as of the time of that document's production, as of the April 15th update, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that to the extent a project at one point earlier in the process was identified as a letter agreement, later carries over to an ESA, 75% of that load was already in Duke's forecast, correct?
Correct.
So that alone isn't going to make a huge jump in Duke's advancing development forecast.
In I would say in any of the forecasts in which they're using the spreadsheet Excel format as a base, yes. And to clarify, that effect is very much dependent on the size of the project. If you had a project that was 25 megawatts, it's not going to make much of an impact. If you have a project that's a gigawatt, you might see, I mean, that's 250 megawatts, 25%.
Understood. And you also could use that spreadsheet to target some of, to track some of the things you mentioned in response to other questions about projects that were delayed, correct?
Correct.
Or projects that were discontinued.
Yes.
Pardon me. And you would agree that there are some projects that have been paused over this time frame.
Yes.
And you would agree that in the near term, between 2023 and 2028, Duke's updated April 2026 large load forecast has a lower projected load, even when accounting for completed projects, than the 2023 supplemental planning analysis for those years?
I believe I'd have to do some quick calculations to confirm that.
Well, I guess, so you haven't analyzed what the near-term effects are of the updated load forecast?
I'd have to double check the numbers, but it does sound correct, subject to check. If you kind of following along this line, I did a analysis in a similar where you're going, that is within my testimony. It is, if you were to look at page 39, the confidential table 1, I believe, is similar to what you're getting at is the reductions of projects.
Agreed. And okay, sorry, just to make sure I'm not going to take us into confidential here. And maybe this is a good time, Chair Brawley, just to move say said all across Fahey Thomas confidential direct exhibit 1 into evidence. And again, I'll save more specific questions about it for confidential session.
Okay. Sace cross Fahey Thomas confidential exhibit 1 without objection is admitted.
So you would agree that if we focus on the fraction of Duke's large load forecast that is solely from executed electric service agreements, that would give us a different look at the load forecast than all the other things we've already talked about that are in the advancing development forecast, correct?
Correct.
And if you were going to make an assessment about the things that are the firmest or the most certain, you would agree that it's the electric service agreements are a firmer future load than any of the other things that are counted in that forecast.
Correct.
And you also agree that it's Duke's position going forward, at least as of September 2025, that there's a contract minimum for any project of 100 megawatts or more, that's 75% of load, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
And so another way you could look at the projected load from the ESAs is to consider the contract minimum load as opposed to the full contract amount, correct?
You could, but I think it's probably reasonable to assume once that customer has reached a certain, essentially, financial commitment of that ESA to that this is what this customer has committed to, understanding that there are, there's that 75% within that contract. It is reasonable for planning purposes to assume that that customer is going to follow that contract as they have signed it.
And what they've signed is a guaranteed minimum of up to 75% of that load. So wouldn't that be a prudent thing to consider as something to include in the load forecast?
It might be reasonable to perhaps use that as a very low scenario, because I don't think that would necessarily match what we should expect to plan to, but as a potential, it does exist.
Well, we talked earlier about the risk of double counting, and one reason to count the contract minimum load would also mitigate the chance of double counting that load in the underlying econometric forecast, correct?
Again, that's theoretically possible, but we don't know the degree of double counting. It may be very small, it may be moderate. We don't know it. There's a number of different ways you could estimate it. I have a recommendation that requires a sort of further study on how to estimate this degree of double counting. And I think that's a method to go forward to figure out what this should be and what is realistic.
We'll come back to that, but for now, taking what was in Stillman, Pasty, and Tate's rebuttal testimony that you've already referred to, the roughly 4,300 megawatts of signed ESAs up to the large load update in April, plus the 2,600 or so of additional ESAs, you would agree that gets us to about 6,900 megawatts of ESAs according to their rebuttal testimony as of May 14th?
Yes, that sounds correct.
And I'm going to turn your attention. Do you have Duke's Appendix D with you?
I believe it's in a binder here somewhere.
Does I
do not have it in my binder.
think I have a copy of the relevant portion, but
If helpful, Duke has a binder of the full
Thank
CPIRP
you.
somewhere up there, maybe on the floor next to you.
it looks like Mr. Summers is giving you Appendix D. Thank you, Mr. Summers. If I could have you turn to table D20 of Appendix D, which is on page 22.
I'm there.
And you would agree this is Duke's presentation of total system winter peak and summer peak by load forecast scenario in megawatts. as of their October filing, correct?
Yes, 2026 through 2040, yeah.
And so one way to look at the consequences of just the full contract amounts of that ESA load, that 6,900 megawatts, would be to add 6,900 to the 2026 number and track it down and see by 2035 or 2036 where you end up. And see how that compares to those different load forecasts, correct?
So you would have to, you would have to, for example, use the either the moderate or the advancing development forecast, and then subtract the loads, because like what you said, there are projects who would have had letter agreements that then turn into ESAs. So you'd want to subtract the load associated with the letter agreement and then add it as of the ESA. So it wouldn't just add 6,900 megawatts. You'd have to do some math within that.
And again, the reason I was starting with 2026 is because this was an October filing. That was sort of the baseline before those loads show up in the forecast, probably, right? So just whether it's 2026 or not, at some point you could add it to a baseline figure and get to see where we end up.
Yes, you'd be able to take the, not too different from what Duke did in their sort of rebuttal, take what you have as the baseline from the other parts of the forecast, the econometrics and EVs and DSME and so on, and then add the large load, simply just the ESAs as of the spring.
And you would agree if we added that 6,900 number to the advancing development scenario, we're still not getting higher out to 2035 or 2036 than what Duke has here.
That involves doing quite a bit of math.
Well, the math will speak for itself, but just as an exercise for trying to gauge if the commission, for example, were concerned mostly about the load from ESAs, the stuff that's the firmest, one way to do that would be, one way to gauge where that ends up in comparison to the other forecasts would be to add to that baseline.
Yep, that would be a way of doing it. You could take the individual pieces of the forecast and simply add the ESA loads. I believe that's actually what Duke, to a certain extent, did with their low forecast as of the 2025 CPIRP filing. There's some other variations within that, but I believe that forecast used simply the ESA loads.
That was the low load forecast.
Correct.
And in another way to look at it, we've already discussed, is you could take the 75% of that figure if what we were most interested in is the contract minimums.
Yeah, you could do that.
Okay. And again, this is just to emphasize that there's a lot more in the load forecasts than just what's in the contracts. That's just what's in the ESAs.
There's a large amount of uncertainty within these load forecasts, and a portion of that uncertainty is driven by the fact that we are using a customer-specific adjustment to represent such a large portion of the current forecast.
Okay. I'm gonna turn your attention to, I think I can skip through a lot of this and just ask, as a foundational matter, have you reviewed how any other neighboring utilities handle potential large economic development loads in their forecasts for planning purposes?
So I have looked at a few. They are in my testimony. I'd have to double check to get you an exact page.
Is Dominion one of them?
Dominion is one of them, yes.
So I'm going to have you turn your attention. Well, did you attend or review the Large Load Technical Conference held in this room in docket E-100 sub 208?
Yes, I was there.
And do you recall the presentation from Dominion in Virginia where they explicitly said they no longer base their data center load forecast by contract because they lead to what they described as ever-rising forecasts?
So my recollection of that is that Dominion doesn't solely base it on those contracts. They do use the contracts to a certain extent. They also use historic data because most of the large load, in almost all of it, in Dominion service territory is data centers. And they do have an amount of historic data regarding the usage of some of their large data centers, which they use in their forecasting.
And that, the end result of that is discounting what is in those contracts, correct?
I'm not sure exactly how Dominion applies those contracts specifically, or the terms that may be within them, to their load forecasting.
Well, you mentioned that you were familiar with how Dominion handles large load forecasts. So maybe we can turn to an exhibit. Chair Brawley, this time, this is now the other notebook, the larger one, Mr. Thomas. This is, actually, I'm wrong. Sorry, this isn't the same one. Potential redirect exam exhibit number 16. So still in the redirect binder. Do you see potential redirect exhibit 16, which was Dominion's presentation from that technical conference?
Yep, I'm here.
I would ask that this be marked, Chair Brawley, as Sayce et al. Cross, Fahey and Thomas Direct Exhibit 2.
And that's your exhibit 16.
Potential redirect exhibit 16.
Okay. Sayce, Cross, Fahey, and Thomas. This is not confidential.
Not confidential.
Direct exhibit 2, your exhibit 16.
Thank you, Chair Brawley. Now, if you skip to page 7, where Dominion presented its contracted capacity versus metered demand, do you see that?
I do, yes.
And do you see this, the red line is what's in their demand forecast as of 2025?
Yes.
And do you see how that comes in under what's in their electric service agreements and for several years?
It does start out under their electric service agreements, yes.
So again, I use the word discounting, but that's what I was referring to. Does that refresh your recollection about how Dominion handles that?
Yes, I'm not, they do have a level of expected, I believe I don't know if they distinguish it as data center load. I think it's still large load. They do have what they're expected in their forecast up through about 2030, 2032 is underneath their signed electric service agreements.
Now turning your attention to, well, before actually, you would agree that that Dominion's decision there is based on their many years of experience with data centers?
I think many years may be a bit of an overstatement. They, to my knowledge, have experience for about 10 or 15 years, and the change in the scale of data centers has really only appeared in the last, say, less than 5.
But they have more experience with this than Duke, right?
Yes.
Let's see. Are you familiar with the Energy Reliability Council of Texas, or ERCOT?
I have heard of them.
Okay. Can you turn, now this is the other notebook, potential cross exhibit number 63. And Chair Brawley, we would ask that Sayce et al. Potential cross exhibit number 63 be marked Sayce et al. Cross, Fahey and Thomas Direct Exhibit 3. So now I've shifted back to the potential cross exhibits. I was on potential redirect exhibits earlier.
You said 63?
Yes, sir.
This is the ERCOT document?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is Sayce, Cross, Fahey, Thomas Direct Exhibit 3. Your potential exhibit 63.
Thank you, Chair Brawley.
It's identified.
So this is a presentation related to ERCOT's long-term load forecast update. If I have you turn to page 5, you see a diagram here where they discuss some changes in state law that required ERCOT to consider what they called transmission service providers, officer attested letters into their load forecast. Again, not recognizing ERCOT's a very different system than Duke's. Just to set some context for the next question, do you see where they provide some context here about including what they call officer attested letters into their load forecast?
I do see it.
And then if you turn to page 9, ERCOT goes through how they adjust their large load forecast. They lay out their methodology for dealing with both contracts and officer letters. And you see how they provide a delay. They note under the second, I guess, is that a trapezoid? My geometry has left me here. The delay in service date by 180 days for all new large loads. And do you see how they've written that that's informed by their actual experience of large loads having an average of 220 days delay in service?
I see that, yes.
And that they, the next geometric figure has reduced all new data center load demand to 49.8% of requested amount. And again, underneath it says that's based on actual experience for data centers that had in-service dates between 2022 and 2024 that used about 50% or 49.8% of requested load.
I see that.
So again, recognizing, and Duke doesn't do anything like this, correct?
They, as far as I'm aware, what they're doing is they're reducing the, they're not reducing ESAs, they're reducing the letter agreements by 25% and the late stage pipeline projects by 30%, with the additional megawatts included for their advancing development customers or nomenclature. That last group of least certain customers is somewhere in the neighborhood of 50%, which is a significantly lower amount of reduction than what ERCOT appears to be doing in your exhibit.
But again, recognizing that there's not a one-to-one correspondence between, well, again, sorry, taking a step back, they were saying they were reducing all new data center demand. So not just mid-stage pipeline or letter agreements, but all new data center demand, correct?
Correct.
And that's what one of the things that's not at all similar to what Duke is doing here.
That is different, yes.
I think my other questions will be for confidential session. At this time, Chair Brawley, we would move to admit Fahey and Thomas, say said all Fahey and Thomas direct exhibits 2 and 3.
Okay, Fahey and Thomas direct exhibits 2 and 3 from SACE without objection are admitted.
So Chair Brawley, I don't know if this is the correct time to ask to go into confidential session. I know there were a number of parties who expressed
Well, I think
interest.
Duke gets to do cross.
We are waiving cross on this panel, so if all that's left is confidential questions, then I think this would be appropriate time to go into confidential session.
Okay, so Mr. Felling, we do confidential before your redirect?
I think that
Or
sounds
after?
appropriate, Chair. If I have any
That's
confidential
fine.
redirect, I'll handle it there and then redirect at the end. Thank you.
All right. So at this point, we will go into confidential session. If you don't know if you're authorized for confidential session, you're not. Redirect.
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly, Mr. Fahey and Mr. Thomas, just for clarity of the record, is your pre-filed direct testimony responsive to and based on Duke's initial application and testimony and not its rebuttal case?
Correct.
Right.
I'm sorry, I was slightly distracted with my other commissioner.
I'm happy to continue or pause, take my direct.
No,
Chair.
go ahead.
Okay.
I thank you. I apologize for that distraction.
Not at all. Mr. Thomas, in terms of analysis for the cost of curtailment, you were asked lines of question about analysis for cost curtailment of large load customers. Does the public staff have access to economic and business data for large load customers?
Generally, no. No, we do not.
The panel was also asked a question regarding the economic development update being a reason for the Met's Mishna panel to update their testimony. Do you recall that question?
Yes. Yes.
Did witness Mishna provide the specific explanation and reasons for the need for that panel to discuss changes it made to its pre-filed direct testimony from the witness stand?
Yes, as I recall.
And would you defer to witness Mishna on those reasons?
Yes.
I would.
Okay. In the aggregate, does the information contained within Duke's updated economic development forecast directionally drive the load forecast higher than it was in Duke's initial carbon plan application?
Directionally, yes, it goes higher.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I think those are all my questions. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, sir. So, commissioners' questions. And I have two. Mr. Fahey, on page 10, lines 11 and 12 of your testimony, you note that during a Duke earnings call, a Wells Fargo analyst expressed concern over data centers leaving despite ESAs. So 2 questions on that. What is the likelihood that Duke would experience this? And to your knowledge, where did it occur and what payment penalties did these facilities face that left despite their ESAs?
So as to the second point, I do not know any more about those particular facilities or anything other than what is stated in Duke's earnings call. I don't have that information. As to the first point, whether or not a particular customer with an ESA does anything other than what they're signed in that contract, I think is dependent on the economic conditions and expectations of that individual customer. If their business model, something happens within their business model in macroeconomic scale, they may choose to leave, they may not. It depends on how they're running their business. It's very much a customer by customer thing. And it could be a data center, it could be something else. Whether if it's a manufacturing customer, for example, if they were, I don't know, they did something within the airline industry and something happened to airlines in general, then that may change their expectation. If it was mining and something happened to the mining industry, it could change their expectations. It really depends on sort of the macroeconomics of those individual businesses. So I can't really tell you for one particular customer or another.
Yes, sir. Mr. Thomas, from a planning standpoint, is there value in exploring a large load interconnection process in North Carolina?
Yes, I think definitely. We've had conversations with Duke about large load customers and the processes that they've kind of implemented to interconnect these, right? I think for those of us around in the 2017 to 2020 interconnection queue reform era, there's a lot of really echoes of that, right? Contingent projects and serial queues. So I think public staff would be very interested in being involved in that and seeing that develop and take form, perhaps some sort of cluster study process where upgrade costs could be shared. And so we'd like to see something like that.
Thank you. Questions from other commissioners? Commissioner McKissick.
Mr. Chair, I think my question's been asked and answered. I guess thank the panel for their directness and in answering those questions in a very coherent manner.
Okay, Commissioner Gaida?
Yep, this is a little bit of a general question, but I don't think I've caught this in any testimony. Has in your work and experience with this, are you aware of what I would just call industry standards that, and I use that term lowercase, but industry standards across the utility industry that could apply to the type of load forecasting? I mean, there's different time horizons for load forecasting, but we're of course talking about a very specific one here used in resource planning. So yeah, again, my question is are there industry standards, and have I missed if you guys have talked about that at all, and are you aware if Duke uses those?
So in general, for something like an IRP, I'm not aware of any specific standards. There are a number of states that are, I believe Georgia uses a 15-year time horizon, 15, 20 years. So that about a 15-year horizon is not uncommon. Some are closer to 10, some are closer to 20. I believe PJM is also within the 15-year range. That sort of is a kind of a default. I don't know if there's not necessarily a standard, I would say. But that is fairly common. The use of the sort of econometric drivers on what Duke does in their econometric forecasting is fairly common across a number of utilities.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Questions on commissioner questions? Okay. I think you're the first, Mr. Snowden.
I promise I will find my name card tomorrow. Ben Snowden on behalf of Microsoft. Just very quickly following up on Commissioner Brawley's question regarding concerns about companies walking away from ESAs. Mr. Fay, you have, and Mr. Thomas, you all have reviewed all of the ESAs that Duke has provided for large load customers. Is that right?
I've reviewed many of them. I think all of them
Many of them.
Yes.
Based on your review, you would agree that under those ESAs, a customer who walks away from a signed ESA would be liable for liquidated damages. Is that right?
Yes, there are damages, other measures, yes.
And you would agree, without disclosing the terms of any specific ESA, that those liquidated damages are on the order of hundreds of millions of dollars?
Some of them can be. I think there is a scale and perspective for something that might be in the terms of hundreds of millions of dollars. In terms of the total capital investment of that particular site would probably be in the order of billions of dollars. So there is a substantial portion of that capital investment, but I don't think it's necessarily a majority of costs that would be associated for a particular site.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just asking for a general idea of the consequences to a customer of walking away. You would agree also that under those ESAs, customers are required to post financial security to ensure that if that customer walks away, those liquidated damages are paid?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you.
Was someone seeking recognition? Okay, Mr. Felling, let's go ahead and introduce your next panel. And then we'll adjourn after that rather than begin cross today.
Sounds good, Chairman Brawley. We're going to have a moment of musical chairs here, but the next panel up for the public staff would be the System Reliability and Operations panel, which is Jeff Thomas and Dr. Jethro Sengazi.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Would you put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand? There should be one immediately to your left, sir. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Ms. Harrod, you're a witness.
Thank you, Chairman Brawley. Make sure we assist the court reporter with names, et cetera. Okay. Mr. Thomas, would you please state your name, business address, and current position for the record?
Yes, Jeff Thomas, 430 North Salisbury Street. And I am the manager of the operations section of the Energy Division of the Public Staff.
Okay. And Dr. Singanzi, will you please state your name, business address, and current position for the record?
Jethro Singanzi, 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina, and Public Utilities Engineer, Energy Division.
Okay. Mr. Thomas and Dr. Singanzi, on March 30th, 2026, did you both prepare and cause to be pre-filed direct joint testimony in this docket consisting of 59 pages, 2 appendices, and 8 exhibits?
Yes.
Okay. And did your testimony contain confidential information?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your pre-filed direct joint testimony?
Yes, one correction that was filed on June 9th, 2026.
Okay. Now, subject to that correction, if you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
All right. And lastly, did you both prepare and cause to be pre-filed on June 9th, 2026, a summary of your joint direct testimony in docket number E-100 sub 207A?
Yes.
All right. Chairman Brawley, at this time, I would move that the pre-filed joint testimony of Mr. Thomas and Dr. Singanzi, consisting of 59 pages, and I should say, let me back up. The pre-filed corrected joint testimony of Mr. Thomas and Dr. Singanzi, consisting of 59 pages, 2 appendices, and 8 exhibits as corrected, and the pre-filed summary of joint testimony of Mr. Thomas and Dr. Singanzi be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The direct testimony of Dr. Singanzi and Mr. Thomas, 59 pages, 2 appendices, 8 exhibits, including confidential information, filed on March 30, corrected on June 9th, along with witness summary, are identified and without objection are admitted into the record. At this point, we'll go ahead and adjourn for the day. We'll see you all at 9:30. Thank you for your patience today.